Awesome, awesome. I hope everyone's doing well. Hello, hello. Just making sure the volume's down on everything. I do have that horrible habit. It's Wednesday night. I hope everyone's doing well here in the house of sewing. Let me get my camera. Oh, whoops. Wrong. So I shaved. I hope everyone's doing well. Happy Wednesday, Thursday, wherever you are. Welcome to the House of Sewing. I had news that I had to hide until my wife had appropriate support. There's no easy way to say this. I am so sorry, Mark. I am so sorry. My my ex-wife's mom has cancer right now, and my mom had breast cancer. I am so sorry to hear that. Hi, Sydney. Hello. Hello, Joy. Hello. Is there what can you do? Is there anything that you can do, Mark? Cannonball Run is a classic. So classic movie. So many stars. I'm so sorry, Mark. Well, I was gonna come out with a full head of steam like the Ultimate Warrior, but that doesn't seem appropriate now. I hope everyone's doing well. Mark, I am so sorry to hear that. Absolutely. Absolutely. I am so sorry, Mark. Well, tonight I have quite a few things to sew. If anyone wants to hop in, please let me know. For you guys, this is an open forum. So if anyone wants to hop in, please let me know. Mark, I am so sorry to hear that. I'm like beside myself. I kind of don't know what to say. Today's been a crazy strange day. Absolutely strange day. Crazy strange day. Absolutely, Sydney. Please do not give up hope. My mom had breast cancer and they thought it was worse than what it was. And she survived, and that was like over 10 years ago. I'm so sorry to hear that. Do you know it never fails that my neighbor's kid comes through bumping as loud as they can? I think I finally have reached that age of like of like I don't like their music. Is that it? They can do a lot nowadays. A lot more than 5 years ago. Absolutely. And as the years go on, the technology gets better and better. My father had lung cancer and he lived for 5 years. They said he had 6 months and he lived for 5 years. Not really, but just hope chemo works. But with stage 4, it's slim. I'm just thankful I'm not stuck with the fucked American medical system. True. Very true. I actually recently read an article about basically if you are below the poverty line, do not get sick. Absolutely, Joy. Absolutely. You never know. You never know. Sorry, I'm sending a message. Takes me a second. Sorry. I should do the 2-finger type. Oh, right. So it's Wednesday night. I hope everyone's doing well. Mark had some really awful news. That's why I'm kind of sitting here beside myself. But it's times like this that we remember why we're here and what's important. And we have to stay strong for people like Mark because it's important. And cancer has affected all of us, especially Sydney, people like myself. So it's important to stay strong, you know. Hey, Alibaba. Hey, how's it going? How's it going? And I think the we should stay positive for Mark. So I'm gonna tell as many bad jokes as I can. And I lived for 16 years. Absolutely. And my ex-wife's mom, she's another person they gave 6 months, and that was like 4 years ago. Hey, Alibaba, hello, hello. Somebody I know is getting tested for leukemia this week. Hope it comes back negative. Absolutely. Hello, Sydney. Hello. Absolutely, absolutely. I was coming out the gate like the ultimate warrior, and that really slowed me down. Because it's important, we have to remember what's important and the pretentious things that we all fight about, and all these things that seem like they're important in the moment, and then someone like Mark comes along, with something that's actually real and something that's really going on. If I can fight for 5 years, it would be awesome, but at least the way Enzo will remember his dad loves him. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's so sad. I think that's what oh man, I'm semi speechless. That's really sad, Mark. I'm so sorry. But like I said, all we can do is stay positive. And, like I said, we have to treat every day like it's our last, because you never know. Oh man. So I cut out those stinky pants, and the funny thing is the material is still outgassing, and when I oh man, everything seems so unimportant now. Everything seems so unimportant. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying. Like, because all I do is talk about the pretentious things I do, but cancer is serious and cancer is real, and it's more important than me and my hoarding and stupid thrifting habit, So it's important to remember why we're here. It's because we build community with people like Mark and everybody here, and it's just really sad when people get sick. We're here for a good time, not a long time. I like that. I like that, Joy. Absolutely. I like that saying. Live in the moment. I love that. Hannah's motto. I absolutely love that. Ah, you're right. You're right. So I was gonna start off by finishing my sweater. I ripped the hood off because I'm a perfectionist, and I'm gonna add a pouch. And like I said, I cut out those stinky pants, and they are outgassing still. I think it's the material, and now I know why I got it so cheap. But that's okay. That's okay. And I definitely learned something today. Oh, that's so sad. It makes my whole Seinfeld shtick seem so unimportant. Earlier today, I thought I was being served. a van pulled up. It was certified mail, and like I hid through my blinds. I was looking at my security camera. I'm like, oh, I'm being served. Someone's suing me. I'm being served. Sorry, no, not at all, Mark. You are more important than the pretentious things than I ramble on about. You are far more important than my musings. Far more. So you don't have to apologize at all. This is something that's serious. I live my life like Shaun of the Dead and Seinfeld all wrapped into one. So this is much more important than me and my crazy observations. Absolutely. We are here for you. Absolutely. Cancer is serious. It's more serious than me ranting about all the crazy things that happened to me, you know. So please don't feel like you dumped on us. How's it going, Skids? Hello, hello. Anybody can send anything certified mail as long as you're willing to pay for it. I can send you a picture of a Pepsi certified mail. Oh, I thought I was being served. And so I was like literally hiding through the blinds. I did this whole ninja move because I have glass panes at the top of my door. So you can totally see if I'm peeping out. And I didn't grab it all day. And it was AAA doing a survey. Hey, insurance people, I know you care, but like I thought I was being served. I hope you're doing well, Skits. I hope you're doing well. Mark has stage 4 cancer. That's why we're kind of somber right now. Hey, Pam. Hello, hello. How are you? Hi. I'm going to drink some more coffee and then I'm going to start sewing in a minute. I've decided to completely redo my hood and add a pouch. I didn't I didn't want see, I'm trying. I didn't like the way the hood ended out. It just wasn't the quality that I kind of half-assed it. And so now I'm going to go in whole hog and make it beautiful. Is what I'm trying to say. That's why I keep on stopping because I'm just so sad for Mark. Hi, Pam. Hello. Hello. Good to see you. Good to see you. Cancer is serious. So, you know. Oh. So I'm gonna redo what I did, and I cut out the shapes from those fancy pants, and they're still the smelly shiny material, and it's still outgassing. And when I cut it, it was outgassing even more. Yeah, so we'll see how the stinky pants end up. I lined them. I'm hoping that eventually the smell will go away. You know, I'm hoping. But if not, I have really shiny material and one heck of a story to tell. I still will stand on the hill of it has a weird petroleum smell to it. But it's literally petroleum is gas, so it just has that smell to it. So maybe you can try to wash it. Do you know, Joy? I'm still too scared to put it in my washer. I'm gonna take your advice and cut out like a little corner. But I thought the smell was gone, but when I cut it, my kitchen smelled like that stinky smell again. No stinky pants. Hey, in today's world, I could sell him as stinky pants, $900 each. He'll walk into a room and it'll clear the room. Absolutely. 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 It's just so strange that this material is so weird and smelly. Mark, I am so sorry. I am so sorry if you're still there. So let me plug this in. I shaved. My chin is back. So everybody can enjoy it for the week before I let my facial hair grow back. Oh. I love that. I love it when people are like, "How old are you?" And I tell them my real age, and they're shocked. I like that. So about every 6 months, I shave, just so I don't look my age. If spirits do exist, I hope the spirit of my grandmother will be with you, Mark. She'll beat the evil crap for absolutely. When my mom got cancer, I said the moment cancer meets you, it'll get scared and run away. And it's kind of what happened, you know. So you gotta keep the faith, as they say, even from the cynical side of town. Before I start sewing, hello, Jin. My friend's kid had leukemia and beat that. He was late stage. That's what I'm saying. With today's technology, you never know. You never know. So I've really been cleaning out my house. I've been going through everything. I'm trying to get rid of things that are broken. And if something's broken, I chuck it because it's not worth it. You know, I'm not gonna hoard trash. And I forgot I had this. I don't know how many times my grandmother took this with her, but I have this travel iron still in the box. And I'm just glad that my grandmother was the kind of person that kept everything. But I forgot I had this. But this thing, it's still quality. I might use this. Do you think I should? Do you think I should add this to the arsenal? The cord is still good. Should I add it to the arsenal? Do you think it'll work after all these years? I might plug that in later and just to give a fireworks show. See what happens. And because it's because it's an old travel iron, it comes with the old GE plugs. This thing's awesome. You know what, Alibaba? I think my grandmother probably used it like once or twice. They would go they would go cruising like on actual cruises. It looks like new. My grandmother kept everything in good shape. She polished everything, so I wouldn't be surprised if she's the reason why this is still shiny. And like my iron, like look, this thing is literally twice my age and the bottom is still good. It probably does work. I was thinking I'm gonna plug it in and just to see what happens. The sole looks good. Absolutely. You can tell it's used, but not as much as like I've seen. I actually look in thrift stores for vintage irons, and I have yet to see one that just isn't completely destroyed right here. I'm at this stage when I'm ready to toss all the junk that doesn't work. I realize I'll never use it to fix anything. So I may as well just toss it and just keep all the good shit. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm also like, I have a ton of comic books. So I'm thinking about putting those on the chopping block again. It's just a lot of work. It's just a ton of work. I made a lot of money when I resold most of my comic books, but it's the legwork that goes into it when you're selling, you know. Cool. I am definitely gonna plug this thing in later. I'm stoked. I forgot about that. I'm glad I put that in my notes. I completely forgot about that. I'm fully sanitized. I just got out of the shower. I smell like cocoa butter, hope, and shame and daddy issues right now. But nothing but hope. Wrap the comic books up in bales and ship them for cheap. They were all originals. I made a ton off the ones I could, but I have like an entire run for the thing. I think it is. I have an entire run for like all different kinds of comics, and so I don't want to necessarily let those go cheap because I made a ton of money off of Peter Parker, a ton of money. No, let's see. Okay, good. Sorry, the school just sent me an email, and I'm making sure it doesn't say like, you know, anything bad. Awesome, awesome. Mark, we're here for you. We are absolutely here for you. I made a ton of money off my comic books. That's why I'm not that's why I'm there like in the middle bedroom in a climate controlled area, you know. I cuz they're still worth a ton of money. I'll never understand the people who freak out so much over comic books. I'm going to tell you honestly, Kilroy, I bought the rights to a house. I found over 2,000 comic books, and I have never met so many keyboard warriors in my life. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. People like would say crazy things to me because, and then I'm like, you want my comic books and you're insulting me and talking trash. Like, just like any niche world, comic book people are from a different planet. And if you're from that planet, I respect you. I'm a Star Trek geek, but like comic book people are something else. Are absolutely something else. And I'm talking about the people like um there was a happenstance of a man where he ended up getting his house raided and his entire garage was like rafter to rafter comic books. That's a bit excessive, you know. But I have comic books, so you know, let ye without comic book throw the first book. All right. Let me switch my angle. Oh, it's got that Batman angle. It's definitely sagging. Let me see if I can. There we go. It makes me laugh. With the humidity and the heat in here, everything starts sagging. All right, let me move this iron. So, let me look at my notes. And you know what? Even though I am beside myself, Mark, we're here for you. Don't ever forget that. Today is Fight Procrastination Day. And you know what? I'm going to do that tomorrow. On behalf of Fight Procrastination Day, I'll worry about it tomorrow. All right, let me grab. Okay. So I've decided to go full Noid and make the giant hood. I'm gonna completely line it and I'm gonna add a giant pocket. I'm gonna go old school sewing and just make a giant pocket like I used to. And hood. But the hood is more important than the pocket while I'm sitting here thinking about it. But with this weird microfiber suede material, I have to have more of a lengthy stitch because with something like this, you're literally cutting it as you're sewing. Just stick the welder out, weld the camera in place. I actually have a ton of JB Weld, just a stadium of JB Weld. Some people ask me if I have stock in that. It's just because of my job, I collect every adhesive, glue, everything you could possibly think of. All right. And you know, just like the total of getting my Sojo back, I'm gonna stick to what I know because I tried to do something fancy and the hood was tiny and I didn't like it. I was thinking what needle type you're using. I switched out the leather, and this is a universal, which is a little bit more thin than the leather, because the leather is fat, and that thing will go through anything. I have to go for another X-ray. They had to biopsy my lung, and my lung went flat, went half flat. Yikes! Excuse me. I actually remember those days because I hung out with my mom when she had cancer because she needed my dad was a wreck, so I was her driver. All right, let me check the chat. Leather has a chisel point. It is a blunt object. It absolutely is a blunt object. I got a punctured lung from an injection in my back. 30% of yikes. I actually know how that is, Alibaba. I use only a certain percentage of my lungs as well. They experimented on me with a new checked valve system to let out the air and let it in. Wow. At least you have a medical system that can actually like help you out. In America, like if you don't have money, you're kind of screwed. All right, I get that piece. Let me get my scissors. Oh. So, needless to say, earlier today I freaked out thinking I was getting served, and it was certified mail from my insurance company. Where is my pin cushion? Should be the name of the first song on my punk album is Where's My Pin Cushion? I have 22 loyal years with the same insurance company. So I'm sure they it just made me laugh when they sent that to me because I thought I was being sued again. And where I live, that's not rare to be served like that. All right, let's see how this came out. They were doing the cheap way, not keeping me in the ward. That sounds like the American way. Apparently, 20 to 30% of lung biopsies get this problem. It was even worse pain than when I broke my back. Oh, that's awful. That is absolutely awful. I knew someone that got in a car accident and she completely broke her neck and survived. Oh boy. I decided to do it over because it just wasn't it wasn't up to my godless sewing hobo cosmic hobo standards. I like that. Cosmic hobo, godless sewing, the sewist from another from outer space. Today in 1901, President William McKinley was shot in Buffalo. He later died on September 14th. Okay. So, prepare to be amazed. McKinley was shot at the World's Fair by a man named Leon Chilgosh. Leon Chilgosh was a wannabe anarchist and he was trying to get street cred. So he went to the anarchist meeting, and they kicked him out because they considered him too extreme. Couple days later, he walked up to the president and shot him at the World's Fair. Apparently, today in 1901. And I remember that because they talked about it for the brief time I was in college. I hear you, Mark. I had a broken facet, and the lung was way sharper pain. I don't want to. Oh, you guys are making me flinch hearing that. You guys are making me completely flinch hearing that. Sorry, too much technology in this room. And Kilroy, you hit on the one fact that I know. and in 1989, due to computer error, 41,000 Parisians who were just guilty of traffic violations were mailed notices that accused them of crimes like manslaughter and prostitution. Oh, I bet some people got divorced over that. You know what? There's no coming back from that. There's certain accusations that you can't just walk, I'm sure people were like, I don't believe you. I do not believe you. Oh, wow. Awesome. Oh, what is going on? That is so weird. Oh, never mind. This thing that tablet is done. I had a feeling today was going to be kind of a different day, and that's okay. I'm going to finish this. I'll go grab my stinky bands in a minute. All right. You know what? Let me move some of this stuff. What a crazy day, huh? And apparently my do you know, I really wonder why it's been so quiet in my neighborhood. My neighbors moved out behind me and I didn't even know it. Do you want to know why? Because I mind my own business. And today a realtor came to my house and was like handing me a piece of paper and was like, "Oh, we're having a mixer. On Saturday." And she handed me her flyer, and I look at the address and I'm like, wait a minute, that's literally behind my house. The people that live behind me moved out, didn't say a word. It's not like we were friends or anything, but I wondered why it was so eerily quiet around here. And it makes me laugh because she handed me the paper and I'm like, oh, that house looks familiar. It's literally the house behind me. So, needless to say, next week I'm gonna have to get a mullet wig and some road flares just to keep the property value down around here. Yeah, right, a mixer. They just wanted to try to sell you a house. Would that be crazy if I bought the house behind my house and just knocked the fence down? I'll give Isaiah this house and move out. Isaiah could have this house. I'll move across the street, aka literally on the other side. I'm sure there's people that have done that over the years. I should do that. I'm actually trying to move out of this neighborhood though, so I'm not going to contribute to the delinquency. I'm not going to contribute to the delinquency of realtors because I'm trying to move out of this neighborhood. Even though if I bought the house behind me, I would know what riffraff was moving in. But it made me laugh because I looked at the address and I was like, wait a minute, I know that address. Oh. All right. This is a huge hood. And this microfiber material is strange to work with. Go to Chinatown and buy one of those manhole cover size roll of firecrackers. You think I'm kidding? I'm gonna go skating by in my rollerblades with Daisy Dukes on. I am not playing. Because what happens is we're starting to get this like some really pretentious people moving into my neighborhood. No, I wouldn't. It wouldn't be insane if you move into more. So if you move into more sewing machines, that's true. I could totally Fred Sanford that house. Ooh, that's not a bad idea for a record collection. Wax. That's not a bad idea. I could finally empty my storage unit. Oh man. But it was, I guess I because I mind my own business, I really didn't pay attention to the people who lived behind me because they were clean and tidy enough. They really didn't have problems. They never got the cops called. So there was really no reason, and I know new age people aren't necessarily the most cordial. So we really didn't even introduce ourselves. And it just made me laugh when I looked at that flyer and it's like, yeah, that's literally behind your house. So I'm gonna have a bunch of yuppies kicking the tires of the house next week. Thinking about driving around in my truck with my shirt off. That'll drive down the property value. All right, let's switch the camera so I can pin this. And the realtors, I know they know me because I went to high school with most of them. That's why it made me laugh when this young lady came to my door because I recognized the name. I instantly recognized the name, and that's the terrible thing about moving back to a small town is that you're familiar with everybody, But I guarantee you know what? Let's look to see if they have a price for this house. Because I guarantee you excuse me, I'm slowly losing my voice. I guarantee you it's a Mills. No, there's no price, and I know why. Because everything's going for $1 million something around here. I guarantee you. Oh, that's so funny. You can see my trees from the picture. I should have cut those this year, but I didn't. I'll cut them next year. My thing is, I just don't want to break in new neighbors. It's always that awkward moment. But part of me hopes that I get more cordial people. It makes life easier when you don't have weird neighbors. Said by the weird neighbor. Here's an idea. Take the Ron DeSantos flag and fly it. I do have an obnoxious flagpole that you can't miss. You know what, Gilroy? That might be winner chicken dinner. There are there's someone that showing you need There's someone that I've known my entire life. She's a walker. She walks around the neighborhood, and I always have my garage door open. And she called me and asked me if I'm a DeSantos supporter. And I said no, it's one of Isaiah's phases, but I forgot it's hanging near the door of my garage door. I got to move that thing before I get jumped by a bunch of senior citizens. All right, this is the important part. I got to line this up perfectly. Beautiful. Oh. Oof. Ooh, I stabbed myself on that one. That's an excellent idea. My aunt and uncle bought 2 houses and knocked them down. That's not a bad idea either. I'm not into I'm not into much, but that house has had some crazy tenants. I don't believe in much, but can you dunk a whole house in holy water? I shouldn't say that too loud because I know for a fact that my local Catholic church will come by and they'll bless the house. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. No, it was just shocking because, and like I said, it's not like we're friends, but they didn't make a noise when they moved out. Not a noise. And usually people, they tell you how they really feel about you. All for a garden. Do you know, I bet you that's illegal with the kind of garden I would have, because I would feed the neighborhood. Around here, I guarantee you they'd have some like weird zoning law. Because of the homeless crisis in LA County, my town made it illegal for anyone to have a camper in front of their house, or basically if it's not directly in your driveway, you're not allowed to have a camper anymore at all. And I don't even know how they enforce the law, to tell you the honest truth. All right, gotta find my phone charger. But my town has effectively made it illegal to be homeless, which is just a strange thing. But I live in an extremely yuppie place. All right. Hang smelly fabric in the backyard and visit it when even fashion you want, and then lowball the offer for that's not a bad idea. I should do like a full like ritual in the backyard, something crazy, and then walk around with a suit on and lowball everybody, all for a garden. I like that idea. In the Orthodox Church, they'll literally bless a whole cauldron full of water and throw cups of it on you. I bet you could get the local Orthodox priest to come by with his cauldron. It's not a bad idea. Can I do it dramatic style from a helicopter? All right, I gotta figure out which way this hood is before I sew it the wrong way. Okay. I know this because a while ago, my mom is a devout Roman Catholic, and she goes out of her way to torture me, and every once in a while she'll send a priest over to bless my house. And I make sure I'm wearing my Slayer patches and everything, and I'm like, come on in. Oh, a cauldron in the backyard. Years ago, I told this story. I believe it was on Phoenix's channel, or maybe it was mine. Years ago, the guy who lived behind me, he went crazy. He got a divorce, and I think he was on drugs, obviously, but he took a Honda, like a 1991 Honda Accord in his backyard, and took it apart piece by piece, to the point where they found the frame. when he finally vacated, he was burning so much. I called the fire department, and I never called the authorities. He was burning so much. He burnt every piece of furniture in his house. Bring me a friend's llama. I wish when I lived in Portland, I could get a llama in 10 seconds. In 10 seconds. In LA, I'd have to rent a llama. I knew a llama. I knew a llama. You know, where's my camera? I'm going to drink to the llama I knew in Portland, Oregon. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Ostriches do stink too. I'm back already. And unlike America, it didn't cost me a single penny. Our healthcare system is despicable. There's another idea. Go to the dispensary and buy the dankest weed you can smoke. That's not a bad idea either. I should do a live stream from my backyard while they're having the party and say the word live on YouTube like 75 times. So Alibaba, I have this weird thing about ostriches because I went to the ostrich festival in Chandler, Arizona in the early 2000s, and it was one of the strangest things I ever witnessed on earth. It is just one of the strangest things. So we should leave ostriches alone, but they taste good though. They taste like a stringy turkey. Perfect. So I have a soft spot for ostriches because we treat them horribly in this country and then race them. You could also hold your own counterparty and play Eazy-E and Wu-Tang. I have over 15 JBLs. And 4 of them are in this room. I could literally make the neighborhood shake and amps for days. Easy will scare all the yuppies. True. But the problem is if they're over 45, then they probably are into Eazy-E because they remember Eazy-E when they were a kid. 45 to 50 were there when Eazy-E came out. All right. You could also I could scare people with I love JBL. I have an army of JBL speakers and they're loud. I do have this cheap box on here, but like that they are so annoyingly loud. And I every once in a while I'll test it. I'll tell Isaiah, hit the button, and I'll walk outside and I'm like, all right, I can still hear it down the block. The more I've heard about the American healthcare system, the more disgusted and depressed it makes me. How can the richest nation on earth treat people like that? Do you know what it is, Mark? It's the American healthcare system is pay to play. So basically, the more money you have, you'll live for as long as your money lasts. And that's the sad truth here in America. Even with like my job, I still have to pay a pretty penny for my healthcare because I'm uninsurable. I'm like the definition of uninsurable. It required some acting skills, but you could leave the windows open and pretend to have some wacky domestic disputes. I could go full Home Alone and play that movie from Home Alone. I've been wanting to do that for over 30 something years. The American healthcare system is something that needs to be torn apart and put back together. Like I said, even both of my parents' cases, they because they had money, they had a better quality of life. It's so sad but true. Mark lives in Australia, and in Australia they have correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys have universal health care. I believe they do, or something that would knock our healthcare, in the dirt. How does a man on the moon cut his hair, eclipse it? Love it. We need more of those, Sydney. We need a ton more of those. All right. Mark, you're reminding me. I live extremely close to my doctor, so when I go to the doctor, it's like literally less than like a 10-minute drive from my house. So I could have an appointment at 9, and I'm not leaving until the house until 8:45. All right, let me run this through the sewing machine one more time, because here in the house of sewing, I reinforce my seams. I just don't talk about it, I live it. I think a part of it is too is you never hear when it's just a mild inconvenience, or it's actually works because everybody has a big medical bill, goes on social media with it. That is true. That is true. You'll never know. You'll never know. But like with my lung condition, I know that if I didn't have health insurance, like it would just be bad news. But the American healthcare system is pay to play. So in other countries, they look at us like we're crazy because I lived in Mexico, and they have free or affordable healthcare. We'll be here for you, Alibaba. What type of bear is toothless? A gummy bear? So I think the site is called VAT9. A long time ago, I ordered what I think was a 5-pound gummy bear, and every time I look at gummy bears, I get physically ill now. I ate the whole thing. Is that I have to look that up. I'm charging my phone right now, but I promise I will look that up in a second. When Isaiah was a little guy, I ordered a like 5-pound gummy bear and got physically ill off of it. Nothing happened. I felt physically ill off of it. That 19, thank you. If you ever feel like buying something oversized and gummy, and Orbeez, that's right. That's back when Orbeez were popular. Because Isaiah was watching those weird videos on kid YouTube. Ugh. Good old VAT 19. Are they still around? All of my references are from like 20 like 20 2010 2011. Oh, they still sell them. They sell a spicy gummy bears. The spicy ones are cinnamon, I think, and those are bomb. Those are so good. I'm addicted to hot tamales too, the candy. Luckily, my aunt and uncle helped with Hannah's meds because they were outrageous. Oh man, I'm telling you, like people think I'm joking. When Isaiah was a kid, it cost 22,000 to have a child, and we didn't pay it off until he was like 7 or 8. I've had 2 CT scans, an MRI, a few dozen doses of morphine, and various other medications, and the bill comes to zero. Wow. Where I live, that would be beyond a couple 100,000. They would have charged you like $500,000 in America for that. That's the way it should be here in Canada. It's the same, thank God. Oh, Joy, I'm glad that you live in somewhere that that can help you out. Like where I live, if you do not have, I feel so sorry for people. Like that's why I don't like going to the pharmacy, because I have to pick up medicine every week and people get denied. And like with the fires, my doctor's been sending me extra medicine. It's so sad to see people like walk away because they can't afford their medicine. It's not cinnamon. They'll make it with actual chili extract. That's chili. A 5-pound gummy chili bear sounds scary, but I'll definitely order that for Christmas. I will definitely order that for Christmas. And his bone marrow transplant was at time over $500,000. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's unreal in this country. Hello, Linda Williams. Hello, how are you? How are you? Very, very nice to meet you. I'm finishing a giant hood. I'm redoing a project that I started last week. Awesome, awesome. Let me switch my angle and pull the mannequin out again. And we'll start pinning in place and see what happens, huh? Yeah, Mark. Our healthcare systems, it's out of control here. Absolutely out of control. I visited with a friend today that I have not seen since Isaiah was 3 years old, so that was cool. She she lives in the southern part of Oregon. It was really good to catch up. Hey, Linda. Yes, hubby had help with health issues since he was 27 and I was pregnant with my first. Had quadruple bypass about 5 years ago. Wow. In America, our healthcare system is just a mess. And it's really sad. Even right now, our healthcare workers are on strike. Kaiser Permanente is on strike right now because they're not getting fair wages and they don't have the staff and the infrastructure to help the people right now. All right, let's get this mannequin ready. Crazy day, huh? I hope everyone's doing well. Oh, there's one more mistake that I have to fix on this. I was wearing it and rocking out and I ripped a seam, but I know why I ripped the seam. All right. I'm a bit turbo with things, but that's how you're supposed to be. That's how you figure out if it was a proper sewing job or not. There we go. Beautiful. We have fair pharma care once you reach your yearly deductible that depends on your income. You pay nothing after that. Wow. Yes, Canada and America are polar opposites in many ways, and that's one of them. We pay for everything here. I say pay for play, but there's got to be a better way to describe the American healthcare system. But again, Mark, we're here for you here in the House of Sewing, and you're gonna be okay. All right, let's see if that fixed that mistake. All right, perfect. So today is day like I don't know what, but Disney and Spectrum are still fighting, and I cannot watch any sports, and it makes me laugh, and it shows me that all I really watch is hockey and baseball, and because everything is so privatized, hockey has its own channel, and so does baseball. So Disney and Spectrum can hammer it out for all I care. But I had no idea how many channels, how much Disney owned until they blacked out almost every other channel on the box. Oh, right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna attempt to. I made the hood really oversized this time. I mean, I made it. I made it giant. And I'm just realizing that I skipped a step. So I'm gonna have to go back to the drawing board because I'm so jumpy. But this hood is huge. All right. Let me line this thing before I forget. Today has been a crazy day. I got a visit from a friend I haven't seen in a while. Oh, it's been a crazy day. I'd rather just switch on the radio for baseball. I like listening to a game much more than TV. Do you know I do that for hockey? I listen to a lot of hockey on the radio. It's big. I love the giant hobbit hood. I love that look. I actually prefer that look, to tell you the honest truth. And ever since I started making my own clothes, like when I put my hoodies on, I'm like, these hoods are pathetic. Look at that tiny hood on that sweatshirt. All right. I'm gonna have to cut some strips. For anyone that's just arriving, I shaved. Enjoy it because my hair will probably be back in a week. I waffle back and forth whether I like the beard or not, and like when I reach a point, I'm just like I just shave it off because I know it'll come right back. All right. Luckily, my entire desk is a cutting table, so I can edge this easily. Let me turn that off. Oh, thank you, Sydney. Thank you. The chin thanks you. No, but every once in a while I have to take it off because before COVID hit, I really didn't grow facial hair. And then I sat in my house for 2 or 3 years, you know. Oh, right. So this I'm gonna edge it with itself, but I have to find just the proper size strip because you don't want like too much spacing between it. So you want it to be one continuous piece. But I have a feeling it might not be. It might be two pieces. Or I might get lucky. And last week, 2 days ago, Pam reminded me that I need to like when you start something, you should really finish it because I'm glad that I put the lining on that hood because I would have been so mad at myself if I hadn't. I like the clean shaven look. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. I waffle back and forth. I do look like a completely different person when I shave than from when I have a beard. I do look like a completely different person. And let's be real, the older I get, I like the shocked look on people's faces when they find out my real age. I need it sometimes. I need it. Because some days you feel your age, and I like that shocked look on nearsighted people's face when they're like, "You're how old?" And I'm like, "I'm 165. Not a day over 165." All right. I'm really shocked I haven't cut my cord literally yet. I'm talking about like my actual cord on this desk. All right. One day I will figure out where I put my where I put all my measuring sticks and everything. I'm really in love with the Santee Alley fabric. I'm trying to not go back to downtown this weekend, but I keep on telling myself like go buy the whole roll. That evil Kermit on my shoulder is like, do it. Go buy the whole roll. And you know what? If I'm married to this stuff, I'm okay with it because it's all over the place and it's gaudy and it fits it fits the motif around here. But I'm truly thinking about going to downtown and buying the whole roll of this. Life short, buy the whole. Thank you. And you know, I can tell once I got through the top layer, this stuff has been sitting there since the 90s. This stuff has been sitting there since, I don't know, over 20 or 30 something years. This material, and every time I go there, he just gives me more and more and more of it. So I'm thinking about asking him how much for the entire thing, and will you help me carry it out to my car? Because rolls of fabric are deceptively heavy. I found that out the hard way trying to show off in front of that young lady. And she laughed in my face because I couldn't pull the roll out. All right. I think that should be enough. Yeah, I should attach it before I attach it to the other piece. No worries, Joy. No worries. Back just saw what your rotary cutter might be wearing out quick. Is it because I push as hard as I can? I'm turbo when it comes to things. I am harsh when it comes to certain items. And I was one of those. I was originally left-handed, and I've learned to use my right hand over the years. All right. All right, let me switch my angles real quick. The entire surface of my desk is a mat. They're the Fisker's mat. So I'm not cutting it on wood. It only looks crazy because my mat has like blended into my desk. But you can see my entire desk is two mats put together. But I do push hard like a crazy person. That's from years of using crummy tools, and I had this really crappy cutter from Amazon that I used to use, and it just would not cut, so I had to push as hard as I could. Oh, you should be good. Looked plastic, like oh no, it's the actual cutting tables. I only look reckless. All right. What are we in? We're an hour in. Good time. We're making good time. I always say I'm trying not to go for long, but then I looked back at all my live streams and they've all been 5 hours lately. So I'm trying to spare you guys the marathon. All right. Let me get my phone. So you think I should go get the whole roll, huh? That's why things. That's why with some things I look for the metal version. I use them a little too hard for plastic. I am harsh on things. I am. Food talk. I get confused. I got confused when you brought out the green smaller mat. That I keep that mat there to shame myself for the time that I like anxiety bought something in the middle of the night and it was totally the wrong size. You know what? It would help if I had my pins because I always go looking for my pins when I do this. Do you know what's funny? I keep on saying I'm not going downtown. I'm not going downtown. Should I just suck it up? I kind of want to go to that patch shop again and go crazy because now that I know what I'm dealing with, there's a patch shop that sells like vintage patches for $2 or $3 each, and I'll never get that price anywhere. And when you go to a place like a swap meet, they're trying to make their money, so they end up, you know, trying to make their money off of you. And I don't blame them at all. It's just sometimes the swap meets are just as high priced as the store. Is what I'm trying to stammer out. You don't have to have the hat of shame. You have the mat of shame. I keep it there to remind myself to stop. Oh great. Now I have vanilla ice stuck in my head. Stop. Collaborate and listen. But I like tell myself like, bro, breathe, look up the sizes, ask the A word if you have to. I've had to learn because I will compulsively buy something and then I wonder why it's tiny. I bought something for Isaiah thinking it was huge and it literally said model size. So I've had to learn that lesson a few times. And they word it for people like me who are not looking. All right, let's line this up better. But like I always say, I've rarely been ripped off on Amazon. And I know Kilroy is anti benzos, but I've rarely been ripped off. All right. Perfect. Perfect. I love it when a plan comes together. The hat of shame. Is that something I need to make? Or is that like a dunce cap? Is the hat of shame like a dunce cap? Oh, right. Okay. This is probably like one of the most tedious things that I'll be doing, but this is extremely necessary. And because I wanted to have that look, and if I don't do it properly, I'll regret it because I'm gonna have to go back behind my own work and do it properly anyways. So you might as well do it the right way the first time. Oh, perfect. Oh, now you're cooperating, kind of. When this stuff when it lays on top of each other, it's because it's suede-ish, it's hard to shape sometimes. So I have to start over. Perfect. I keep on saying perfect and then it flops over. There we go. There we go. All right. Oh, right. Reminds me of when I ordered Toggle Switch online. It looked like a perfect replacement for the small one I was thinking of. It finally came in the mail and it was as big as my thumb. Kilroy, it drives me mentally insane. I don't know why they do that. I have no idea why there are mini models on Amazon. Is it because they want to steal your $20 or what? Oh, wrong button. Actually, let me finish this. I sat down and I'm like, take a break, but I have to finish this. I'm almost done. Then I can sew the hood on. But that drives me crazy as well. But I've only been like ripped off one time, like blatantly ripped off on Amazon, but they reinforced it. They reinforced it. They reimbursed me. They reinforced it. I should be reinforcing what I'm doing and pay attention to it. There are people out there who make dioramas and ultra detailed dollhouses. I actually, a YouTuber, I actually really respect her, and I have not unsubscribed. She went from a sewing channel to a doll channel. I've talked about her before. She says it all the time. She's like, you guys probably think I'm crazy, but she's just decided to start making doll clothes. And it's actually really interesting on how intricate it is. Oh, that's a bad pin. So when I finally fly over the cuckoo's nest and start making doll clothes, you can call the white coats for me. Perfect. There we go. I'm actually learning a lot working with this material because I usually work with just the same material over and over and over, and it became like second nature. But this makes you work for it a little bit more. But it's worth it. And it really lays, once it lays flat, this material really lays flat on itself. Do you watch any other channel? Like I watch I'm trying to think, like she does doll clothes and stuff, but she still does sewing because she had like almost 9,000 subscribers, and then she started doing doll clothes, and then she lost quite a few subscribers. So she still does sewing content, but it's weird to see how intricate that whole world is. I do not have the patience or the mini lathe. No, I'm kidding. All right. This material had to have sat there since the 90s. Like this is classic material. Perfect. Oh man. Okay. That was probably the most quiet part. I actually had to concentrate for that because the while I'm lining this, it's important because when I sew, I need it to all be in place so it just easily goes right through. Because when you don't pin properly and then you have to go back behind all your mistakes, you're literally creating 2 or 3 jobs instead of the one that you were there to do. So I tried to be consistent. And again, I thank Pam for reminding me to be last week because once you start like certain lazy habits, then one bleeds into another and bleeds into another. All right. Perfect. Oh, the crickets are out early. All right, let's start sewing this and see how it comes out. One of the reasons it looks like I'm holding the material, even though I'm not, is because it starts bunching up. And so I give it a tug and it pulls it back and makes it more tight. But I wouldn't recommend it for everybody because if you pull too tight, you're going to mess up you're literally going to pull the needle as it's sewing. Okay. Having a bottle of water down there is not necessarily the smartest idea either. Perfect. Ooh. Awesome. Oops. That one ran. See, this material, I really got to keep an eye on this material because it jumps if you don't. Maybe if you quit making the same pattern over and over again, you'd be able to pin different things. Well, I retired it, but then I brought it out of retirement because I found Santee Alley. Where is that pin cushion? And now I have to do Santee Alley justice by making the coat over and over again. And I'm still working on my video of don't call it a comeback. So be prepared for a coat palooza. Oof. Wow. Where are my scissors? All right, let's take a break because this is just slowly gonna turn into a disaster. So I'm gonna take a quick break before this completely falls apart. Here, we'll go to this camera because I just pulled the thread out from my machine. I have to completely I have to completely rethread my machine. Oh man. Okay, it's break time. When in doubt, smoke a J. Everything's getting complicated. I'm gonna take a time out, give myself a not so breather, drink some coffee, see what's going on in the world. Okay, so I was going off about TikTok and choreography. What I do not watch TikTok. I do not participate, but I'm a YouTuber. I see YouTube shorts. I posted one today. My whole point is I watch these videos on YouTube and Instagram and the artist formerly known as Twitter. But it's weird to me. Like, I guess you had to learn choreography to know how to do the Dougie, but they were like simple dances, like the electric slide. It's literally like 4 moves. TikTok trips me out because people are like learning whole like choreography, like whole dances. I was trying to think how many farewell tours that pattern had at this point. 5. I'm on the 3rd. We've been around the world back, and we've broke up, fought. We're on the reunion tour. We're all wearing big glasses, headbands, and leopard. I don't like TikTok either, but it's spilled over into everything. And because it's popular, companies like YouTube, Instagram change their platform, and that's why we have shorts. That's why we have certain things, and people will copy their TikTok shorts and put it on all these platforms. And it just trips me out. It makes me feel 100 years old. You've almost got to be Juilliard trained. Exactly. That's why it's because I'm actually into dancing, and I know it takes a lot to learn certain things. Like right now, how many of y'all could do the Will Smith Men in Black dance, huh? And that literally is like 4 or 5 different moves. All right, let's do it this thing. I'm trying not to be too harsh, and I'm not harping too harsh. I'm just saying it's just strange to me. That's all. It's just extremely strange to me. I can't either. I can't at all. Perfect. Perfect. But like I said the other day, it's also like part of it too is I'm older, so maybe I'm just like that at that get off my lawn age. Who knows? Who knows? Okay. So let's try that again. All right, where did I miss? Perfect. Oh yeah, I was gonna take a break, and I need to find my tomato anyways. All I can do is the twist because all I do is shake the junk in your trunk and point your arms, and all you can do is the twist. I do what I call the Tommy two-step. I could do it sitting down. This will get you popular at parties. You just have to know the two-step. And then you move your hips a little bit and you're good. Literally, people like I see people from the West Coast dancing like this, and I'm like, maybe it's a regional thing. Maybe it's a sunshine and smiles kind of thing. I don't know. All right, we'll get rid of that. We'll chuck the headphones up there. I'm still not used to the school year. I had way too much fun this summer, apparently, because my circadian clock is way off. I have not adjusted well. Excuse me. Sometimes when things go haywire, you should take a break. Because this was slowly becoming a calamity, and it's not that serious. I'm gonna take like a 2 or 3 minute break, and then it come right back to it, you know, with a refreshed sense. Remembered I have a giant fan in front of me. Maybe I should continue. I am like a 1950s factory worker smoking, and sometimes you got to give time for the gremlins to move out. Serious stuff. And I'm an extremely gun-ho person. Like, I'll start something, and in the middle of it, I'm like, I didn't even write down plans for this. So I know my own nature, and I'm an extremely like get it done kind of guy. That's why when I watched The Tiger King, I was so inspired. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But subconsciously, I wonder if I'm putting all these tiger patches on my clothes because I absolutely loved the first season of The Tiger King. Who knows? Do you know what's really funny? We're not talking politics tonight, and look, no one's fighting in the chat. Look at that. We're not talking about politics, and everybody's loving on each other. I love how that works out. I smoke like I'm in a 1940s movie. Do you know when I watch those movies, it makes me want to smoke? I recently watched this movie about 3 World War II vets that came home from the war, and in every other scene, they're lighting up. Every other scene. There's one of my pincushions. I do watch a lot more old school. Vote for Snoopy. You know, I was going through my patches today. I have a Woodstock and a Snoopy patch. I'm going to put it on something. I had an original idea for my white doctor's lab coat. I was going to put all the yay, welcome back. Welcome back. I was going to put all my like kind of funny patches on there, but then I lost one of the main back patches I was going to put on there. And it really derailed me because I had plans for it, but I'm still looking for a specific patch, and it's the strangest thing. All right. With a semi-renewed sense, let's go sewing. You know, honestly, it's not sewing if you're not looking up at the sky, questioning your existence. Let's be real. Okay. Perfect. Yay. Hello. The chat is the StreamYard's chat lags behind. I don't even know why anymore. There's a scene I remember. I can't remember the movie, but one guy got mad at the other guy and told him to give him a cigarette. I heard that every time I got mad and I had to smoke after, it felt better. I love movies. That movie I'm talking about invoked such emotion out of me. And it's funny how a movie from 1947 can have you like in tears. I was talking about it today. Like, I'm obsessed with the movie Casablanca. Well, everybody here knows I love the classics. I started a Penelope Keith channel. All right. Almost finished with this piece. Oh, wow. Just gonna have to live with it. Why are you jumping so much? It's always the last piece that fights you the most, huh? Okay. Oh, come on. This is not sticking together for some reason. There we go. Barely made that, but that's okay. That's okay. They had to write good stories and act them well. They couldn't just rely on star power, brand loyalty, and computers. And the flick still had to be good. It was such a good. It had meaning. I sat down and paid attention to the whole. Like I absolutely love that movie. It's on YouTube. I'm gonna have to look it up to see what the name of it is. But it's the story of three different men, and it starts off they're in a car and they're coming home from the war, and I think they're all in New York. And as they're driving, they're telling their stories, and it's a crazy movie. Even for the 1940s, it's a crazy movie. All right. Perfect. Gotta make sure I take all of the pins out. I've learned that lesson and trying not to repeat it over and over and over. But I am here to teach anyone that needs to learn that lesson. Perfect. All right. Oh. So let's switch angles and I'm going to start messing around with this hood. I had no idea it was going to take me an hour and 40 minutes to attach this thing. I should have done this earlier, but sometimes I have to take days off because I have work, I have everything else. And like yesterday, I told myself, I was like, bro, you need to take a day off because you're going to get burnt out. YouTube will burn you out, and you should never burn yourself out for your haters. YouTube will burn you out. All right, let's put this back on. You know what? I might wrap this around. I was originally I had plans on tucking this underneath, but I'm thinking about just wrapping it around itself. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Get my phone. One of the reasons I think black and white movies are just better, like Kilroy said, they actually had to think about what they were saying. And whenever I watch those older movies, I marvel at the movie sets because people built that by hand. And today, everything's like lights, glitz, and camera tricks, and there's just not the care like there used to be. And that's why I was so shocked that you guys were sticking up for Hollywood, because that's the night that Hollywood went on strike. I was like, goodbye and good riddance, because they're not giving us a quality product and they're fighting over it, and I feel they're overpaid. But I'm talking about the actors. I'm not talking about the grips and the people who actually put the show on. These mannequins are the best employees I've ever had. They don't gripe at me. I can put them in the sun. They sit here. They work long hours. These are the best employees I've ever had. The more and more I watch YouTube, I kind of feel that like there are certain people in this world. There's the type that just like live, and then there's the other type that talk about the people who live. It's this strange phenomena of like people not liking each other. And I'm an extremely logical Jack O'Neill old school kind of guy where like, okay, well, if you don't like something, don't participate in it. All right, let's pin this. This actually came out much better than I thought it would. This is the exact look I was going for. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. All right, I think this is attached enough. This is going to be humongous. But I didn't want to half arse it because I'm going to be wearing this all the time. So I had to make sure that this is something that's godless sewing worthy. I love my new scissors. Like I said, you don't realize how junky something is until you get a new pair. And I'm still loyal to my Cutcos, but these things are razor sharp. And it just leads to more quality cuts. Never understood people like that. If you don't like it, quit it. Don't stay don't stay stuck on stupid. I'm the same way. I'm the same way. There's somebody who won't stop tagging me, and I'm like, I feel sorry for that person because I have a job and a life, and like I'm burnt out when I come home. I don't have time for drama. I just want to sew and mind my own business. And when you fulfill your life with certain things, you don't have time for drama. All right, I'm gonna add another pin in the back because this thing needs some security. Because I don't want to pick it up and then all of a sudden it starts coming apart at the seams, literally. All right. Mark, if you're still there, if you lived any closer, I would mail you a bunch of tomatoes that aren't tomatoes. Oh. All right, let's try this out. I try to stay out of the drama sphere because it's amazing how the very people who come running and saying this person is this or that and that are the epitome of what they're talking about. That's why I sit here and show what I'm doing instead of talking about it because I feel it's important. And somebody is smoking a cigarette and they walk past my house. Oh, what's wrong? Camera. Let's find the proper camera. There we go. Oh, this head is going to be epic. So, when I'm finished with this, let's take a vote. Should I line this and completely finish this, or should I start on my stinky pants, which are lined and ready to go? Pants are easy because you just flop them over. You make sure that the crotch piece is together, and you sew it. But should I finish the coat, or should I start on my shiny stinky pants? Let me know. Oh, I keep on stabbing myself today. Let me know in the chat. All right, there we go. Okay, so this one I'm gonna have to pay attention to because I'm going to be running over many pins on this one, I have a feeling. Okay. All right. Just line the damn thing. That's one vote for finishing. You know, Kilroy, you may not be my lawyer, but you are slowly becoming McCoy. Damn it, sewing. I'm a doctor, not a bobbin. Oh, right. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Pull that pin. Beautiful. Make sure there's nothing underneath. I actually have to pay attention for this point so I don't sew the hood to the front of the coat. And yes, I am the great coat maker. Some call me Oz, but you can call me Godless Sewing. I've accepted my lot in life. Oh, oh, what are you getting stuck on? Come on. Beautiful. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. This is going to be awesome. Oh, hold on a second. All right. Perfect. Got my Stanley Cup ready to go. Okay. Give me a second. All right. Almost got that. Thank you, my friend. Okay. So here comes the point of trying to connect these two without making a complete mess. Perfect. And I didn't even hit a pin. Oh, as I pulled out the last piece. Yikes. I should not have been talking so much. Okay. All right, let's take a look. And that needs help. Of course, the bobbin ran out. That's okay. I have a few ready to go right here. We can start that over. We'll see how much didn't get attached. It looks like most of it did, except for the front. So that's okay. That just gives me a chance to do it perfect. I hope everyone's doing well. It's kind of a somber night tonight here in the House of Sewing, but we have to stay strong for Mark. Oh, this is that bobbin. I'm going to chuck this in the trash if this is the bobbin I think it is. All right. I hope everyone's doing well. This thing should be done soon. So what's everybody doing? Is anybody working on anything? Kilroy, you making anything good? All right. So I guess I'm going to have to repin this front part. That's okay. I'm just trying to remember what part was on top and what part was on the bottom. Cut the excess strings away while I have access to this part, which I will never see again because it's about to get sewn shut. All right. All right, I'm going to have to pin that in place and then take the pin out when I get the other piece over it. Perfect. Just have to make sure it goes through the front of the sweater. Beautiful. Yay. Just watching and listening. Awesome. Joy. Awesome. Only good thing I made is tacos and coffee. That's a good day in my book. If I get taco, well, I drink coffee every day, but tacos and coffee in the same day, that's winning right there. I need to line this up better so it doesn't look crazy. There we go. All right. Perfect. Let's try that again. I should really tighten that instead of just playing with it every time. Of course, it came out the second I put it in. All right. Okay, I'm going to have to repin this again. What a disaster this is becoming. It's always the last piece that is a total disaster. But I'm trying to do this correct so it doesn't come out looking terrible. But every time I pull it, the pins come loose. But that's okay. All right, I'm going to have to pin that again. And then pull this piece over. Man, it's always the last piece that fights you, huh? All right. The reason why I'm struggling with this so hard is because I'm trying to line it up perfect. Because when I sew it, this is going to be the front piece. And this is what everyone's going to see. So I'm trying to not have it look crazy. All right. Okay. So now all right. Beautiful. Do you know I try not to gripe too much about TikTok and stuff because I'm not on it, and I know that the kids need an outlet, and they don't have outlets like we did back in the day. Like we had established things to do, places to go. The bowling alley by my house still has an active arcade. We used to hang out there, like we would hold court there at that arcade. People just aren't outside anymore like they used to be, and that's okay. All right, let me get this in there. Perfect. Let me pull this pen. Perfect. Now we'll give it one more go around. I got to pull the pens. Oh, that was an adventure getting that one piece in. This is why people charge a lot of money for clothes. At least not fast fashion clothes. Because that one piece took me like 20 minutes just to set. And all it needed was like 2 seconds on the sewing machine. Laugh aloud. I'll be in the coffee shop until it closes and people think I'm nuts because I don't just get my stuff and go. I used to do that. When I was in my 20s. That's why I miss Starbucks what it used to be, because it used to be a welcoming place for everybody and you could hang out there and live in there, but like it is no longer like that. I made actually lifelong friends at the Starbucks in Hollywood. I still am friends with those people. Should I sew the front of this together or should... Oh, that's a good question. I think I'm going to. Man, those crickets. Those crickets are gonna have to fill out W-2s pretty soon. They're here so much. Oh, which side should I flop over? I guess it's that side I should flop over. Perfect. Up. Perfect. Perfect. All right, let's see how the hood looks. If it stays on. No, I'm kidding. I'm extremely optimistic. In my region, we're lucky enough to still have indie coffee shops. The chains haven't wrecked them. Indie places actually have soul. I had some of the best times of my life in Starbucks, but when I lived in Portland is when I discovered the indie coffee shop. But it's unreal where I live. It's unreal. Starbucks will buy anything with a drive-through. Absolutely anything. Let me make sure I connected all of this so I can put it on and it won't fall off or have embarrassing gaps. Perfect. All right, let me switch my camera. It's funny how like certain projects will take me 10 minutes, other ones take me an hour and a half. It just depends on what you're doing, what kind of night it is. It's, it's all circumstantial. All right. This is my reveal 2.0 because last time the hood looked decent, but it wasn't like the dramatic godless sewing style that I'm used to. Let's see. Let's hope I can get my head through the head hole. Has anyone ever done that? You made something and you're like, oh, crud, I can't even get my head through the head hole. Oh, that's beautiful. Much better. Much, much better. Much better. Hello, Water Knight. How's it going? How's it going? Hello, hello. Hey, hello, hello, Water Day. All right. This is what I was going for last time. This goes back to the classic first hood that I made I was like, wow. Yep. And this is just long enough where I could grab it in the back. I love the peasant style hood. I love the dramatic look when you walk by. I look like a like a colorful druid. Awesome. Awesome. Yay. Hello. Hello. Awesome. Pam, I want to thank you. I wouldn't have lined this if it wasn't for you to reminding me last week to not be lazy. Thank you, Sydney. Thank you. You look like the master trying to turn over a new leaf. I'm going for the Emperor sewing look. Oh, hold on. Here we go. Do it. I have a signature look, so I love these giant hoods. And because I keep on trying to undercompensate for some reason, I just didn't go with what I know. And I didn't like the way it came out. I really didn't like the way it came out. So that's the beautiful thing about sewing. If you don't like something, you can always go back and make it again. Yay. Hello, hello. So I had a couple days to sit around and think about it. And now I have a section of failed hoods. I ended up making like a sweater. Well, I don't know if it's a sweater, but I was going for the look of Joseph in the Technicolor coat, and I found a certain print at Hobby Lobby, and I attempted to make a hood, and the hood was awful. So I left it just as a shirt, and I wear that thing all the time. All the time. Thank you. Thank you. I'm nice. See, I'm wearing color. I love this. This is quintessential Santee Alley print. Like if somebody who was from LA, if I was to walk past somebody, they would be like, "Oh, I know where you got that print. That is classic." Um like that is classic Santee Alley print. That hood makes you look like Lawrence of Arabia. A great movie. Great movie. My sister said that was a great play. Lawrence of Arabia is a great movie. Oh, you don't realize how much you need. You don't realize how much you need water until you get it. Thank you, Pam. That's why I put in my thumbnail the return of my sojo. You know, I'm getting really good at certain things, but like the more as the years go on, I catch myself cutting corners. And when you start cutting corners, that's when you start making rookie mistakes all over again. That's why even like when I'm edging, I'm semi meticulous with it because I don't want to come back and do it again. Or like I check everything over and over. Like I check my seams because you do it right the first time, you don't have to do it over and over. Galasoan is trying to be Joseph. Or Simba. It's the same thing. Same thing. But I had this whole like this whole ideal where it's buried. My book is buried. But I found this quilt that was Joseph in the Technicolor coat or whatever. And I was like, I want that print. With that hood, he looks like he's trying to be the blessed virgin. Far from it. I'm checking for pins now so I don't get stabbed with a rando pin. Do you know, I'm so glad I bought this material. Let's have a sensory moment. This ultra suede or whatever it is amazing. This fake suede, I hope it catches on. I hope it stays in style. I bought a print that was kind of like this, but it wasn't as wacky and all over the place like this. I love this print. Do you know why I look like the Blessed Virgin? It's because I shaved off my beard, so I look like a different person. Part of me, like, okay, I already know what everyone's gonna say. Should I add the poncho pocket on it? I'll wait for the chat to start throwing tomatoes at me. Or should I start sewing on my stinky pants? There's one vote. Sydney understood. All right. Absolutely a pocket. You're right, because I'm going to be all right. All right. I'm going to get off my duff and start drafting my pocket. No stinky. I lined those pants. They're sitting in my living room. My son's like, those are so gross. They smell so bad. I'm always gonna find something to do before the stinky pants. They're lined. They're ready to go. I'm gonna put them together. They're It's an extremely strange material because it smells bad, it's stretchy, and it's extremely shiny, but it's like wavy in lines. And I thought I completely aired it out, but when I started cutting into it, it started outgassing more. But for $1 a yard, I can afford to go crazy on that stuff. And I'm sincerely thinking about going back and just buying the whole roll of the Santee Alley print because I love it so much. Oh. And I'm sure if I show up for what the 5th or the 6th Sunday in a row, he'll give me one heck of a deal. Okay. All right. I absolutely love how that came out. I'm glad I went back and did it the right way. If you don't want to walk around smelling like a stale oil well, that is the name of my next punk band is Stale Oil Well. Yes, by the I'm seriously thinking about doing it because I guarantee you if I walked in and gave him a good price, he would help me put it in my car. I'm like this. It all depends on if I get a good night's sleep on Friday or not. Because I have not been getting a good night's sleep, so it just puts me in a jolly mood. But if I get a good night's sleep, I will go down there Saturday morning. Because the traffic, I can't handle the traffic coming back home. I'm definitely thinking about going by and the whole roll. Well, next week I'm gonna go down there. If not, I'll go down there next week. I'm trying to go down there on Friday, but I have to be a responsible adult and make sure my son finishes all of his schooling first. And plus, parking in downtown on a Friday afternoon just sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. That's why I like going early in the morning because I'm there before half the shops even open. And I get to eat something delicious and drink some coffee. That's one of the reasons I love going down there is because it not only the culture, but because they have like coffee shops where you could go get a real plate of food and a cup of coffee still for $5, where you really couldn't do that anywhere else, at least around here. I'm gonna laugh when I make that one guy famous for his shop. It's in one of the most obscure hidden corners of downtown, and I kind of found it by mistake. And if it wasn't for that rude man who told me, because there's a shop across the street that's nothing but rolls, and if it wasn't for that rude man, I would not have walked back into that shop because I was kind of intimidated when I first came downtown because it's overwhelming with all the fabric. That's why I keep on posting. Every time I find more footage, I keep on posting it because it's unreal to walk into somewhere and it's wall to wall affordable fabric. Cause like at my local Hobby Lobby, they have a pretty good selection and it's everywhere. But like they have stuff that's $14-15 a yard, and that same stuff is $2-3 a yard in downtown Los Angeles. Oh, I'm probably gonna go. So my no buy month. Oh, am I skipping? There we go. So my no buy month is a complete failure. So we'll try next month. I'm I'm seriously thinking about covering my one of my vests in flower patches because at this one patch shop, you walk in, they literally hand you a basket and everything's like a buck 350. So I'm seriously thinking about going down there. You might have to buy. You might have a no buy 10 minutes, not a whole month. Baby steps. Baby steps. I have to start somewhere. That would be actually. Now that's a video. I challenged myself to a no buy for a whole month. I don't think I've done that lately. I have gone crazy lately. I bought 2 partial bolts of fabric today. Thank you, Pam. See, Pam gets it. Tree fitty. I keep on looking for excuses, but like sewing is literally what I do. It keeps me out of trouble, and it's something I absolutely love to do. Today, my friend who lives in the same town as Phoenix, she came by today and she reminded me of that. That, like, artists are just eccentric people, and I need to accept my lot, my lot in life. $6 each bolt. That's awesome. That's awesome. Do you know the one time I did buy an amazing amount of fabric from a thrift store? I got a lot of fabric. I don't even know if it was a whole bolt, but it was like at least 10 yards. That's what I made. I call my grease lightning coveralls, but really it's just sleeveless coveralls. So that would not make them coveralls. Alexa, how big is a bolt in sewing? Alexa, how many yards is a bolt in sewing?
From silverbobbin.com. A bolt is usually between 30 and 100 yards of fabric.
30 or 100 yards of fabric. Okay, I got nowhere near that. Wow. It's 30 yards. It was a partial bolt, but I'm not sure how many yards is on it. According to silverbobbin.com, a full bolt is 30 yards. How come it doesn't look like that at the store? But it makes sense because the woman at Hobby Lobby, no, 12, okay. Pam says no, 12 yards is average. The A word is always wrong. Because it takes collective answers. It takes answers. Like if you ask it, it takes an answer from a website somewhere. I actually go to Silver Bobbin all the time. I actually go to silverbobbin.com all the time. I wouldn't know what to do with 12 yards for when I make those coats. I use like 2 or 3 yards and I still have some left over. Like that was I'm pointing to nothing. This was less than a couple yards. And why is it called a bolt? It's a bolt, not a roll. You can get 30 yards on a roll. Okay. Alexa, why is a sewing bolt called a bolt?
From justcraftingaround.com. The name bolt comes from an old-fashioned English term for the metal fixtures that were used to hold lengths of fabric.
Oh, it comes from the metal fixtures that used to hold the lengths of fabric. We actually learned something today here in the House of Sewing. That's awesome. I love facts like that. I wish Alibaba was here. Crazy. I did not know that. I'm one of those people that like if it's called a bolt, it's called a bolt, That's awesome. Part of me wants to break out the stinky pants, but I won't. I need to make a decent sized pocket, so let me clear the space here on this. I had to remember why I sat down because I almost went and got the stinky pants. I have no idea why they smell so bad. But it's not, it has a gassy smell to it. And it says my signal is messed up again. but it's not necessarily showing it, so I'm just going to roll with it. Maybe 5 to 8 yards each partial bolt. That's a ton of fabric. That's so awesome, Pam. I love scoring fabric like that. I've scored a couple times, but there's one store in particular that I always get my sewing stuff at. That's where I got the Western patterns. They seem to always have patterns at this one store. It's the strangest thing. Ever consider that gassy smell might just be you? Well, if it was, I'd be way nose blind to it because my pop smoked Captain Black forever and I couldn't smell it, and people would tell me that I smelled like it. So if the gassy smell is me, if I smelled like gas 24 hours a day, I would go to the doctor because you have a problem. Awesome. I also bought 10 books today at the thrift store. Yay, it makes me feel less guilty for buying this yesterday. So I have my Searcher book I bought 2 weeks ago. Pam totally reminded me I bought this because I'm constantly looking for Art Deco suggestions, and there's nothing better than a yuppie book. Let's just own it up to a random page. Even if your walls are plain and your furniture unexciting, you can create drama with the fabric you choose for the spread. Comforter, the pillows, an elegant scale pattern based on a classic motif, such as paisley or Turkish carpet medallions will bring town and country style to the bedroom. Florals will with a dark crown also can work. I love these Yuppies books. This is a Waverly book. I got it for $2, but I love these books. I'm going to have to save that page, actually. I'm constantly looking for inspiration from different things. I was at the thrift store yesterday, left empty-handed. You know what? Not every day can be a winner. I go almost every other day, so I leave empty-handed all the time. The books I bought today was coloring books. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. We need to normalize grown adults coloring. I went to the adult coloring section during COVID and bought it. I still have a bunch of coloring books during COVID. They're literally just coloring books that they put the word adult on. That's awesome, though, Pam. That's awesome. I've trained my son to have that eye for the sewing machine case and sewing books. Sewing books are a little bit more deceptive because the title is always something different, but we go cruising all the time looking for books and sewing machines. This was a score. This was an absolute score. All right, let me see how much fabric I have left. I could incorporate my failed hood, but it's too oblonged for me to cut it into a square. Oh, it took me a minute. Whoops, it took me a minute to figure out what that was. Tonight's kind of a somber night because my thoughts are with Mark Short, but that's okay, We have to be strong for our friends and save face. I might have that Searcher book. I go out of my way to collect sewing books because I have a library of books, but I've learned so much from these sewing books. Just like my America's Glorious Quilt, it sent me on a quest looking for certain material that I would have never thought of if I hadn't bought that book. So if it wasn't for that book, I would have not purchased half of the stuff I have. All right, let me go get some material. Oh, excuse me. I'm like slowly running out of this, but I'm laughing because I literally have a roll behind me, like a literal roll. All right, let me clear this up a little bit. Cool. Move all my phones. So so I've been on this weird practical thing where I'm trying not to make too gaudy of pieces, but I'm in love with the giant poncho pocket. So I'm gonna try not to go too huge, but I'm gonna go pretty big on this. I'll probably go the size of the mat because what happens is that you end up changing the shape of whatever you're making because your pocket is so huge. Oh, that reminds me, Joy, I watched Laugh-In and now I know what you're talking about. This totally looks like the background to Laugh-In. They show it on a local channel here. And the other night I was watching it and it made me think of you. I was like, oh, that's what Joy was talking about. I just usually look at the pictures and the patterns to don't look at instructions, just pick and figure it out. Same. Totally. But you know what though? I made a jacket a while ago and it's better made than anything because I didn't know what I was doing. So I took my time with every single piece. So I actually really love that particular coat because it's better built than most of the stuff I have nowadays. Oh man. Oh, right. Let me check this. It just really depends. Okay, so I have my giant mat here. Let's make a pocket, huh? All right. Yep. When my boss sends me work, she just sends me a bundle in size and sends me a sample, and I look over them and sew it. Absolutely. Over the years, I've just slowly. I'm much better when I'm doing it off the cuff than when I'm just like. That's why certain patterns I need, but other patterns I just look at it and then do it. Yeah, I think this pocket's large enough. Hello.
Hello, everyone.
How's your night going?
Well, I have chronic fatigue. I'm pretty tired today, but I just heard about Mark, and that's nothing on him.
Yeah, it's today's a somber, kind of sad, Trying not. I'm not gonna cry on stream though. They'll use it against me for the rest of my life.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
All right. I had dinner with my mom.
Awesome. This I've already lost 2 subscribers this evening.
Oh my goodness.
I think the no politics and actually sewing is people are jumping ship because I'm not gonna I don't know. You know what? I don't even know. I appreciate every single person who subscribed to me. And I know my channel has changed because I'm I'm sticking to positive things and just sticking to sewing, So unless you're really into sewing, I know you wouldn't. I could see how my channel isn't that enticing,
Maybe it's someone who only liked the patches and doesn't like pink flowers.
I get a lot of people who subscribe and unsubscribe all the time because I don't think I'm what they thought I was, if that makes sense.
Huh.
Thank you, Pam. That's what's important to me. Pam and Joy, like you guys and Waternay. You guys are what you guys are important. Kilroy. It just makes me laugh. All right. This pocket is going to be huge. I have to make sure it's not so big that it won't fit. Okay. The advantage of being weirdly left-handed.
As opposed to unweirdly left-handed?
Well, when I was a kid, I was left-handed, and they taught, like, the school corrected it.
Ah.
They told me, like, you can't be left-handed.
Okay.
And then they taught, and then I naturally left-handed though.
Well, I suppose now you have the advantage of being ambidextrous.
Absolutely, and it's not something that it's a skill, So I'm not mad about it at all.
Do you write with your right hand or your left hand?
I write with my right, but that's because I had heartless teachers.
Sounds like there were some wrapped knuckles in there.
No, they just wouldn't let. They were like, my era, especially at my church. When I was a kid, the nuns would tell us, they're like, "You're lucky the 70s are over. We used to beat children." They would say this to our faces, and we would sit there and be like, and they were not playing because they were angry and repressed. I'm putting my hands in here to see if. Because it has to be big enough to hold my giant paws. Okay, that's perfect. So right around my era is when they stopped putting hands on kids in churches.
Yeah, they used to swat kids in my day.
I got caught smoking with a nun, and she like flat out told us, like, if this was 1975, I would put you both in the hospital.
Oh, goodness.
I am. Thank you so much, Joy. I'm glad you actually commented during my last live. Then I could find you. Thank you so much. I get nervous though sometimes because I don't know how people are going to receive me because I know my name seems all toughy.
Your bark is worse than your bite.
And so I know it's a bit. I always talk about it. There was this channel about Egyptian religion, and I just liked this guy's channel. And like I said hello, and he went off about how he doesn't like people like me. And I was like, you don't know me, guy. It just made me want. It was sad because I'd been watching his channel for over a year.
That was just mean and uncalled for.
And he was so mean to me, and I'm like, oh, dude, you don't know. I've been lurking for a year, and you kind of ruined my day, sir. But you live and you learn. Because I'm constantly on the quest to find out about other people and other things,
Yeah.
And I want to know about other people and other things. But oh, go ahead.
Did he worship the old Egyptian gods? Because that's unusual in and of itself.
I honestly thought he didn't, but I think he did. It's more of like a spiritual channel, And so when they see my name, it intimidates them and they instantly shut down.
Did you tell him you have a cat who may or may not be the lord of the neighborhood? Queen of the neighborhood?
She is queen of the neighborhood. Oh, my cat comes sauntering over. Cats are so cocky. All All right, I cut that a little off, so now I have to even this piece out.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh,
That's
hold
how
on.
you end up with a miniature pocket like this.
I'm actually only off by that much, so I will cut that much off. Perfect. Tonight was definitely more of a somber night, but that's okay.
Mm.
And I will not be staying up all night this evening like I did last night. I need to go to bed at a decent time and get some decent sleep this evening. All right. Now I need to. I love Pam's live streams. I like people that are proactive. And I know I constantly go back to the dryer, but like that dryer, when Pam fixed her dryer, it really inspired me. I need to fix everything in my house. What am I doing? What am I doing with my life?
I have a list of things I need to fix.
But it was like, I love the ingenuity because I'm like that. Like, okay, I have this knowledge. Let's do this. Let's figure it out together, kind of thing, you know? That's the kind of person I am. That's how I know everything about my truck, because I just was like, I have to learn my truck.
I was going to ask when you have your streams, Pam, so I can catch one.
Absolutely. I feel the same way, Pam. Like I only have a finite amount of time. But that's how I've discovered a million different things, and that's how I know all of these things. And I'm still mad I didn't buy that loom, but I bought the blind stitcher instead. So
Pardon me, my hair is still damp. You bought a how big was the loom?
it was a wood one that I could have sat at. The wheel was fairly large, but they wanted $100 for it, and I didn't know if all the pieces were there.
A loom or a spinning wheel?
A spinning, whatever. I don't know. You know,
I mean, are you
Rumpelstiltskin, something that they
well,
made.
no, I mean, are you for making pieces of fabric or making the threads that you would, knit with or sew with or whatever, or
Oh,
make fabric out of?
yes.
The thread?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. That would be a spinning wheel then.
It was huge. But I saw it and because I took a picture of it, and then I'm one of those people, because they always say like you can spot a yuppie at a thrift store because they're Googling everything. That's me. But let's be real. If I don't know what something is, I'm gonna Google it. If I don't know what it
Right.
is, I'm gonna Google it because I need to know what it is, you know?
And you don't want to buy half a spinning wheel and then have to spend another $300 on parts.
Exactly. And that's one thing for all my hoarding and craziness. I do it within reason. Like all my fabric, I will eventually use, but like
Uh-huh.
I'm not gonna buy it. Like I passed up 3 broken machines this weekend
Oh wow.
because they were beyond my patience.
Mm.
I could have fixed them, but it would take way more time. I have a new grandbaby in the house, and the kids are going to school life. Totally understand. This school year, the beginning of this school year, has kicked my butt for some reason more than any other school year. And it kind of makes me laugh how I was preparing myself, and then it happened, and I am not ready. I am not ready. It's just the constant schedule is kicking my butt.
Mm.
So
How many grandbabies?
Oh, go ahead. I need to line this thing and quit yakking.
Oh, okay. How many grandbabies do you have, Pam? I have my phone far away to check the chat, so if I keep leaning funny, it's because I'm trying to make sure it stays on.
I understand.
So Joy, I heard you say that you like coloring. I have who is it? Oh dear, Joanna Beresford. I think that's how you say her name. I got the calendar for Christmas, and so each month there's a new drawing to color. What are some of your favorites? Who are some books that you recommend? Pam says, I have 2 and another one coming in a few weeks. Oh, wow. But only one lives with me. Well, you have to arrange your family however is best. I don't have any grandchildren, but I have a sister, and my sister's 2 kids both have kids. So I have a little grandnephew, and he has the same birthday as I do. It's very cute. Oh, we lost Godless. Well, he'll be back. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, Joy. I'm sorry, Pam. It's Pam with the coloring. What do you like to color, Pam? What else am I missing? Let's see. Oh, and what are some of your favorite sewing books? I got a few weeks ago, I got the, I'll grab it. Actually, I guess it's a little bit longer now. I got the Vogue sewing book. I have not read it yet, but I'm very excited to. It comes in this lovely slipcase. And I think this one is from 1973. No, 1970. So that should be nice. And it'll actually probably give me some tips for my Luterlo pattern book. So that should be good. The people in the know suggest that you get lots of books from the different eras so that you know what they expected for the technique to make all the patterns easier to put together. I haven't done much vintage pattern sewing, but I'm looking forward to it. Oh, the chat's gone away again. Pardon me if you're saying all kinds of interesting things and I'm missing it. Let's see. Joy says, I used to have so many sewing books, but let them go when we moved. Did you just keep some favorites, Joy? And Pam, you are the one with the adult coloring books, as Joy said. You like any of them? Yeah, I've always liked coloring. I don't know why we have to say that that's just for kids. Pshaw. So I was looking at this Vogue book, and in the middle here, there's like a registration card, I guess, so you can send away for more Vogue books and Vogue patterns and things. So that's kind of fun. I like books and ephemera that you have tucked inside. Oh, you didn't save any books? Any of your sewing books, Joy? I understand what you mean. Pam says, I collect them, but haven't colored in many of them. Sometimes you just, I don't know if it's the same for you, but I get drawn in by the nice illustrations and pictures and things. And I have probably far more than I could color in a very long time. But I don't let that stop me. When I was coloring last night, I used the Derwent Inktense pencils and the Derwent Graphitint. I splurged when they had summer Prime Day. These are so nice. They're like watercolor in pencil form. So you can rub in a little bit and then you wet a paintbrush and then fill it in. Or if you're especially artistic, you could, mix it in a little paint palette and then use it like a traditional watercolor. But I've been pretty pleased with them. I made some swatches so that I would know what the colors were. Because some of them, these are for the Graphitint. And so they go down in a pretty different color than when you put the water on. So it was a little hard to tell sometimes what it was going to be. So I made a bunch of swatches. And then I also made a swatch book. This is for the ink tints. They're really intense. It's nice. You can like do just a tiny bit of pigment and a lot of water and get some really like pale pastel shades. I don't know if you can see on the very, very edge there. You can see that it's just a little like hint of color if you get it really light with a lot of water. But then you can also have it really deep or vibrant, or, you know, of course, depending on the shade. Let me pull up the chat, see if you're saying anything. Feel like I'm monologuing. Let's see. None moved from 23,000 square. Oh, none. I see. Moved from 2,300 square foot 3-bedroom home to about 1,000 square foot 2-bedroom home. I understand. Although I think you have more fortitude than I, because I just have things tucked away. It's very organized, but I probably have more stuff than my house can really contain. I don't know. Probably because I started collecting sewing machines, and those boat anchors take up a lot of space. Couldn't imagine 2,300 feet. That's insane. I mean, it is a lot, but by the time you have the ballroom and the billiard room and the sewing room and then the work room, you know, you need some space. Sydney says, same, Joy. Did you, no, you didn't move across country yet, Pam, or Sydney. You just did some downsizing. Am I remembering correctly? Hated the cleaning. Oh, well, I keep threatening husband, I will take over the living room for sewing. He can have the bedroom. Well, I mean, if he's just sitting and enjoying the news or some sports or video games or whatever he likes to do, you know, sewing, you need room for big tables and things. So maybe not a bad idea. We'll back you. We'll back you. Oh no. Godless says internet is down. Going to try to reset. All right. I'll try to hold down the fort. I'm running out of ideas of things to talk about. Makes sense to me. Yes, like that. See? If you bring him on, we'll convince him to make a switch. You can set up a nice comfy chair or put the sofa on the side there. He can relax. It'll be quiet and cozy. Then you can spread out the cutting table and everything. Godless Water Nay Sewing Show. Hang on, Skits. Jump in. Help. Help. Bad internet. Yes, I don't know if that was chastising or an observation. I'm going to go with chastising. Blame Skits. No, we're not going to blame you, Skits. We need you to jump in and help. McDonald's Wi-Fi. I don't know. Someone told me McDonald's had good Wi-Fi, but it never seems like a very comfy place to spend much time in. So Sydney says always blame Skits. I don't know. You know him better than I do. So if he needs to take the blame for this, sorry, Skits. Sydney has spoken. It's your fault. Joy says, I got a folding sewing cutting table that is in the living room. So I'm slowly moving some stuff in there. Did you say that you're moving your treadles or that you're about to move your treadles? Your treadles are in the living room and some shelving. You know, one step at a time. This all seems very reasonable to me, Joy. They are in there. Okay. Well, good. I mean, they made these fancy parlor cabinets so that they could be seen and admired. So I think putting them in the front room seems like a good idea. Yeah. How long have you and Skits known each other, Sydney? Is it years? I had a friend over yesterday and I realized, well, I mean, I knew, but she and I have known each other since college, and I think I met her when I was 20. So now she has two kids of her own in college. Um, her youngest is at first semester of college this year. You got a new belt. A new belt for your treadle? Oh, very nice. I have two treadle machines. I'm picking up a third. And so I got some belts. I'm very excited. Do you have you seen the belt pliers? They're kind of they're this big, like it's like a size of like an 8-inch, 6-inch, 8-inch pair of pliers. And oh yes, you have some. Okay. Well, for those who don't know, they're really neat. They're like an all-in-one tool, and they punch a hole in the leather cord for the belt, and have a little place to like put the staple in and everything, and then pull it taut. A little over a year. Very nice. And he even has a cat named after him. Oh, speaking of cats, my mother's cat died yesterday. So it's very sad. All right. Well, unlike Godless, I am not oh, good. Thank you. I was out of things to say.
Is your camera cut out? Because I can't see you now.
You can't see me? Oh.
What a disaster. I can see you online. I'm going to end this in a minute because this is a disaster. There you are. This whole stream has been a disaster. I'm going to get such a, looks like we're going longer.
I asked Skits to come and save me because I was running out of things to say and I felt silly rambling on.
My
Good evening.
My 19 computers decided to not work at once.
Just all of them.
I'm calling the internet's manager this evening. When you said that, it made me laugh, Skits. Like, oh, that was a disaster. I don't like computers. Oh, that was such a disaster. And to those two people who unsubbed, I don't like you either. Oh, what? I'm gonna
Kilroy
call
says,
oh, sorry.
I was just going to read Kilroy's comment.
Go ahead. I'm going to light this.
Oh, okay. Kilroy says, leather. If I ever get this treadle machine running again, I'm going with a big Viton rubber O-ring. I have never seen a treadle-sized rubber ring. This would be a sight. I don't know Viton.
Poor computer.
Do you know Viton, Godless Skits?
No.
Viton?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, actually, I do. I've heard of that brand. It's one of those, like, I'm subscribed to a bunch of sewing machines on YouTube. And that Sailorite keep on trying to sell me, so I subscribe to their channel. It's not anything too special, though.
Oh.
Boy, that's a word.
Do you watch what is it? Sailing Bess or I don't know. I'll look it up and get back to you. There's a guy in he lives in the Shetland Islands, he and his wife, and they do a lot of sailing. For a while they even lived on a sailboat. And so he was very interested in big machines that could sew sailcloth and stuff. And then he sort of branched out to some of the domestic ones. And he does refurbishments, and he'll like paint them pretty colors and put new decals on and things.
Cool.
I need to put myself back in a better mood. Pick myself up by my bootstraps, as they say. What a disaster that was.
I blame skits. Wait, damn it.
Blame Canada. Wait, what a great song that was.
The fact that like it almost did like second place for like a Grammy or something like that, and like it was a full orchestra that they did, and it was amazing.
Which I'm missing out clearly. What song is this?
Blame Canada, the South Park song from way back when.
Oh goodness.
Like they had a full orchestra, like dude.
Just because Alibaba's not here right now.
I had the fortunate happenstance. I dated a young woman whose stepdad ran a record company. So whatever year Afro Man got his Grammy, we voted for him that year. We were like, vote for this guy. We like took his ballot. We were like, vote for Afro Man. So whatever.
And then I got high. And then I got high. I was gonna vote for Afro Man, but then I got high.
Oh no.
Alexa, what year did Afro Man Because I Got High come out?
Because I Got High by Afro Man was released on August 28, 2001.
Yikes.
You're old.
I know. I don't accept it. I do not accept it. That's why I shaved. I refuse to accept my age. I refuse to accept mistakes. Do you know what? StreamYard's crashing would have destroyed most people, but I didn't let it get to me because I knew eventually it would come back.
Kilroy says that Viton rubber was invented by DuPont for the aerospace industry. It later got picked up by other industries because it turns out to be great for all kinds of things, including mechanical devices. I can get Viton O-rings up to 26 inches in diameter. Oh, my word.
Brag.
I'm taking a break. That was stressful.
Oh.
Seriously, Pam, Waterday did save the show because that would have been disaster because my computer would have crashed and StreamYards would have dropped it.
Wouldn't that like officially ended the stream? Like,
yeah, because if someone's in, it won't. But if you crash, it's done.
And then could you like restart it? Because I feel like some have gone away and come back again. Do you have
but
to
I would have to. I would have to go in and create a stream.
A new link and everything, right?
Yeah. And you know what? I've seen people do it. I would be crying and panicking while doing it, so it would take me an extra 2 minutes.
It's like hyperventilating.
Entire time. And then I get it done, and then it would hit the point where the screen was starting. I would be like, hi, not acting like I just had a complete and utter meltdown.
It's like you're wiping tears out of your face.
Well, you know, having your beard shaved makes it easier to wipe the tears from your chin.
Being able to find that kind of stuff is a brag. It's almost an art form in a lot of cases. That's like a lot of stuff around here. It's a lost art. People no longer know how to like our on this side of town, our animal control is pretty much ineffective. So people don't know how to like deal with nature. Did you finish your sequin cake?
Deal with it.
Let me go grab it. Oh, I forgot about that too. Drama. Tonight is just drama.
'Cause I don't want no drama.
You lost me there.
I think it's Black Eyed Peas. I could be wrong.
A few of their songs. Do you have any Black Eyed Peas albums?
I haven't bought an album since like.
Well, I'm not necessarily a physical copy, although physical media does help when things like the internet go down. But anyway, now that I've finished my oldie rant,
Yeah. Oh my
do
god.
you have any, like maybe you've like subscribed to their thing, or you know, downloaded something on
Yeah.
iTunes or
I like a lot
Amazon
of.
Music.
I like a lot of their music. Yeah, a lot of their music. I'm a.
Oh no, now,
But
okay,
I really.
you
Oh
froze.
no! Is he doing it again?
I have no idea what you said. You froze.
I'm a pick and choose music kind of person, but I like a lot of their music. And Fergie. She's great, and I like it. Man, that
All
is a cape and a half. James Brown would be proud to wear that.
It's so sparkly.
And I lined it with red, and it changed the color because this is blue, and it makes it purple now.
It
Makes
really
it like a
does.
nice twilight
It makes
kind
it
of purple. I
shine
love that
purple.
color.
It's completely changed the color. I have to line it because it bunches up when I don't hold it. Thank you, Pam. But I'm going to also add parts for my hands, and I'm going to put a giant GS on it too.
I'm thinking like flamboyantly gay vampire.
They made that movie. It's called Vampire in Brooklyn. Go check it out. It's a great movie. Eddie Murphy's in it. He doesn't admit it, but he's super flamed in the movie. Doesn't
I
admit it,
actually
but it's
saw
the
that
game.
in the theater back in the day.
I did too.
Should
It's
I be more? Should I be more proud of seeing Vampire in Brooklyn in the theater, or of seeing Star Wars in the theater?
Living in America. Going to.
I like that. I might run with that. That's a working title. You know what? I watched this one YouTuber, and they're really into Star Trek. And then one day she was like, "Yeah, I didn't start watching it until like Voyager." And I'm like, "You know more about Star Trek than I do,
Oh man.
Now, next order of business, did you add the button? I knew that was coming. No, I have not. Shame me. I have not.
Shame. Shame.
It's because I want. So at Walmart, they sell these mason jars, and they have different colored buttons in it. And I've gone to Walmart. Actually, today was the first day I haven't gone in a week. I went 6 days in a row and didn't buy it. Because every day I'm like, oh, I forgot something. Then I get distracted because it's Walmart. You know what? Honestly, Walmart should pay me at this point. Because I ruthlessly plugged that place. But when I added the red to it, it really changed the color of this. So I'm stoked. Because these were bright
Yeah, it
blue.
looks great.
These were bright blue. Let me go hang this up. These are capes need to be spread out. They're made.
Oh, is that like a black chiffon that you used for the edging?
It came with it.
All right.
That's the edge. That's the top of the sequence.
I like it.
So is sequins just something you just sew on top of another piece of fabric, or?
Depending
I mean,
on
you
what you're
can.
doing. Go ahead, Warren.
Oh, well, you can like sew sequins individually. You can get like a strip of sequins, like a ribbon size with, and then you sew that on, or you can get like the cape already comes with sequins sewn on. Or if you're doing like haute couture, then you would have your lackeys sew on a bazillion sequins in some sort of pattern. So,
And,
yes.
and how is sequins like? Is it just individually held on, like you have to, or how is it stitched on?
They're held on by thread.
No, so something individually, each individual sequins is good God.
Yeah, and they're kind of like little mini squished donuts. So there's a single hole in the middle, and then you like sew through the hole and like around.
This is me to a T, Kilroy. Every time I go to Walmart, I walk out with snowshoes and a hat and all kinds of stuff I don't need. Hannah and Fergie, that's awesome. I meant Josh Dumel when I can say it now because they all don't go to the same school. My son used to go to school with Fergie's kids, and this is when they broke up. But Josh Dumel would come to pick up his children every day. And one day, a friend, this soccer mom friend, that I would hang out there every afternoon, she grabbed me and she's like, "Do you know who you're talking to?" I said, "No." She's like, "That guy you talk to every day is Josh Dumel." And I was like, "Oh, but he looked like a homeless person." And the only reason I knew that he wasn't is because he had a pair of $400 Jordans on. Like his shoe game is unmatched. He would come walking with shoes where I'm like, I wouldn't even walk with those. Like, if this ground is dirty, this ground is dirty.
Do you know
That's the
people
only
walk on this ground?
That school was
not Jordans.
That school was it was crazy because I'm sitting one day in the parking lot and this woman pulls up in a Bentley next to me. And it looked like her car was so nice. It looked like she was in a spaceship. And I was just like, I asked her, I was like, "Can I look in your car?" And she's like, "You can sit in it." She let me sit in her car.
Was that Fergie?
No, she
The
was
seat
like,
was made for extra,
she was an older woman. She knew I wasn't going to take her car. She knew I was drooling. Well, she saw me every day, so she knew where I lived. But Cat Williams told a joke about how, like, those Chrysler 500s or those Dodge 500s, they do look like Bentleys until a Bentley pulls up. And then you see, like, oh crud, that's a real Bentley right there. I told you, I go and sit in the Bentley store in Pasadena. They know me. They literally know me, and I could buy one, but then I'd have to live in it. Could that be it?
How many sewing machines can you fit in a Bentley?
A ton, actually. You'd be surprised. A ton.
You would be surprised. In fact, they keep selling me on that point.
They're
You
so
know what?
rude.
You could probably get a Bentley with a sewing machine custom installed.
They don't play. They do not play.
No.
They all come with ashtrays. You have to ask for an ashtray to not be in there. It's made for a certain way of life, Oh yeah. If I ever win,
I could see that. You got the gas, the brake, and the treadle foot.
If I ever won the lottery, I wouldn't buy too many crazy things, but I would buy one crazy car, and I would want like a giant Bentley. I would get a Phantom. And everybody would be like, "Oh, here's that guy." I would be pulling up to the Goodwill in my $150,000 Phantom to buy a $20 sewing machine.
Probably more like 400.
They're crazy. The prices are crazy. I freaking they love me at the Bentley store, and because my brother lives down the street, they think I'm rich enough to afford one. So they
Did you say your brother lives down the street?
Yeah, it's in Pasadena. It's in Pasadena. My brother lives in Pasadena, and it's like literally the Bentley distance is like 2 or 3. The Bentley store is 2 or 3 blocks from his house. I did not sleep well last night, and then my friend called me this morning, and she was like, "I'm coming over to your house," and I'm like, "But it's 9:30 in the morning. I don't function in the morning."
Get a hold of me around 9:30 at night. I'll be all right.
No, she lives probably exactly where Phoenix lives. So like
Phoenix? Oh.
So she's driving up there, and it takes forever, to drive from Southern California to Oregon.
It's a ways. It's a very long ways.
Hey, California is such a long state.
From my front door to Phoenix, Oregon, it's 17 hours, and that's like driving fast and only stopping for Jack in the Box and pitas.
Pita.
I'm weird. If I see some like there's this one spot off the 99 where it's like Indian restaurant to the next to the 2 exits over. I've stopped at that restaurant like 4 or 5 times. It's a bomb. It is so bomb.
Indian food's good.
Oh, it's not necessarily
unless it's too spicy.
Well, it's hard to eat in your car. You got to sit down.
This is true. This is true. All those staining sauces.
You look like a completely different person without your glasses, kids. That's the Stefan Urkel effect.
Is that a good
know.
thing?
That's why I don't wear my glasses. I look like completely. It's all pretentiousness, and you know what? I blame Jaleel White for that.
Yeah.
I went to my local Starbucks, and I had my glasses on that day because my eyes were irritated. I normally wear contacts. These are reading glasses because I was hoping my good close vision would save me. It didn't. It only works if I don't have my contacts in. But anyway, I digress. I went into Starbucks with my glasses on, and they did not recognize me. So, quick and easy disguise.
I love that. In my area, if I do not wear my cowboy hat, people do not recognize me. The girl I can't believe I'm telling this story, and it's really pretentious. So grab your puke bag. But one day I walked into the dispensary without my hat on, and the girl behind the counter gave me 3 extra joints because she told me, she's like, "You're really hot. You need to stop wearing that hat." But I'm always 20 years older than everybody else, so I always wear my hat. Too old for all those shenanigans.
Speaking of which, you like my haircut?
Like it, awesome.
Oh, wow.
Awesome. Hold on, let me make you big.
Take your headphones off. Give us the full look.
There you go. Oh, I like it.
There you go.
That's the Johnny Unitas high and tight.
You look like a villain today. You
A
got the
villain?
scruffy beard. Yeah, well, you got, like you're kind of a little scruffy and chiseled, and you got the short hair and the, glare into the camera. You can be the new villain.
I like villain.
See?
Villains are
See?
awesome.
Villain.
Are you kidding me? Every year on Christmas, people celebrate Hans Gruber more than Jesus. People watch Die Hard now. They
As it should be.
They consider it a Christmas movie, and it wasn't until I was telling Waternay, I didn't really get in the internet until my late 30s. I didn't know about any of this stuff.
Oh.
And
You had
so
much to learn, Grasshopper.
And so I was like, Die Hard's a Christmas movie. And it was like an argument in certain communities.
So what do you think? Do you consider Die Hard a Christmas movie?
Sure. They talk about it. There's a lot of stuff going on. Wow, Chris. Sure. Sure. I watch It's a Wonderful Life every year. Like, I'm a total cheese bag. Throw Santa in, I'm good.
Do you think of The Sound of Music as a Christmas movie?
No, because I really don't watch it too much because as a child, it was depressing to me.
Mm.
So I really haven't and Isaiah watched it as a kid, but he was more into Monsters Inc. I'm so happy he was.
Oh my God. When my kid was growing up, it was Cars, the movie. I can't, how many hundreds of times I saw that damn movie. Cars again, Lightning McQueen, Tow Mater. Oh my fucking God.
For Isaiah, it was a Toy Story movies. And I'm not kidding you. When I saw the third one, I was inconsolable within the first 10 minutes. And then at the end of the movie, because it hits you. At the end of the movie, I was literally like literally hyperventilating, crying. Literally.
I was visiting my friend who has the 2 kids, and so when one of them was just a little tiny toddler thing, she was trying to tell me that her favorite movie, and she kept saying, "Oh, their favorite movie was E," and I'm like, "What?" So I said it back to her, thinking, maybe she'll correct me, and I'm like, E," and she says, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Oh, that's really nice." And I had to find her mom later. And I'm like, "What is E?" And she's like, "Oh, Lightning McQueen. She means Toy Story. It's her favorite movie."
Do you know what's so funny? Isaiah loved Monsters
Oh.
Inc. And then I bought the Monster High. He did not watch 5 seconds of it. I still have every single one of those DVDs. I gave away a lot of them to someone I knew who didn't have cable and children.
Huh?
I like National Lampoon's Christmas because it doesn't lie about the ordeal that Christmas is for most people. And I agree with Pam. I forgot about Home Alone. The first one is a Christmas movie, and the second one too. They're both Christmas movies. I'm biased, but because those were my eras. Just how I was telling Waterday last night about my Will Smith obsession. But it's because he's just from a certain era,
Mm. I think people don't. I mean, Will Smith is big, but I think that some people who are perhaps younger don't realize just how big he was for a while there back in the day.
Were you ever a Will Smith fan, Skits?
Will Smith?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, not necessarily, walking up and slapping somebody, but yeah.
Oh no, we broke up. Will Smith and I broke up when he slapped Chris Rock. We broke. I haven't said that line in a long time. I said that the first time I said it, everybody just died of laughter because they knew what I was talking about. Like, I used to fall asleep. I have the book. But I used to fall asleep to iRobot, the movie, over and over. That was like when I lived in Portland. That was my sleep movie. That and the first Star Wars.
Now it's just mine's Star Trek Next Gen.
I do that. Do you watch do you have cable? The BBC.
Gotta go get my suit.
The BBC is the Star Trek channel. All they do is show Star Trek,
which is weird.
What do you like? You know why? Back in when Isaiah was young, they would show Star Trek and Doctor Who, but they don't even show their own shows anymore.
I was always an Agatha Christie fan. And that's about, BBC was where I could watch it.
What do you think of the new Poirots?
I haven't seen the new ones.
With Kenneth Branagh.
I haven't seen, I loved the old ones. Loved the old ones. Yeah.
Okay, we'll watch the new ones and get back to us. We can have a discussion.
No, well.
I did not know that. I did not know that.
Didn't know what?
The new Poirots.
I obsessively watched the old MacGyver. Do you know how much I wanted to cry when I saw on CBS that there was a new one? I'm like, that man is not MacGyver. Not my MacGyver.
You're a phony.
I love Grace Park. Okay, she was in the reboot of Battlestar Galactica. I have not seen one episode of the new Hawaii Five-0, the newer one. I was obsessed with the other one when I was a kid. I can hear the music in my head.
I tried to watch the new. I enjoyed the new MacGyver, but I didn't. The new Hawaii Five-0 didn't grab me.
I absolutely love Grace Park. She's such a great actor. Didn't get into it at all. I'm trying to, because I have Paramount Plus, and with this whole ESPN thing, I'm in this purge of you all need to get out of my life. Because they're fighting, and I can watch hockey online. I just need to reset my account and tell them I don't have cable. Man, you know what? I want to thank you guys because this live stream was kind of a disaster. At least I got my sweatshirt done.
Yay!
I'm still gonna. I'm coming back on Saturday though, because I might give that guy an offer he can't refuse, aka $50.
You gonna put a gun in his face?
No, he's too sweet. I'll give him a hug. He's so good to me. This man is so good to me. And like he's kind of off. Like his shop is on 8th Street, and all the footage I have, that's all on 9th Street because all those stores are near each other. His like I got lost one day and found his store. And he is so grateful. He is so grateful. So
You're like single-handedly keeping his shop open.
Well, I walked in last week and he had customers, and I was like, good, okay, good. You have customers and people are spending money here, good. But like, you know, like, and I'm sure it's not the same, but like in Mexico, when I used to take cruises all the time, when I would go with a group of people, we would go to certain vendors and I would make them spend their money because those vendors, that's all the money they get for their life. There was a woman, I bought a poncho for me and Isaiah, and this woman, it came out to $19 and I gave her 20 and she was like, oh, thank you so much. And I was with my ex-wife. I stopped her whole family. I told everybody, buy something off this cart. She started crying because she closed her cart and left because she made enough money for the day. You know, and I'm sure she took that money and paid bills and like did important things in her life, you know.
Have you heard about the micro loans?
Oh, yeah. You got.
No,
yeah, well, I mean, a couple, you know, companies have set this up, and instead of being like, you know, say like a charity in a traditional sense, they do micro loans for people in, you know, countries with you know, really low income, and so they do a loan of like $50 or $100 or something, which, you know, to us doesn't seem like a lot, but to them it's enough to get a bunch of supplies and things and start a small business, and it's life-changing for people, you know, especially say women who do a lot of work like outside the home. I mean, a lot of work rather inside the home. You know, it gives them a way to start a small business if they can't necessarily, you know, get out and around town, and it's been very successful.
Kilroy, if it makes you feel better, I haven't seen one episode. I just know all the actors in the new Hawaii Five-0, but I have not watched one episode. And as it stands today, I have yet to ever walk in a Chick-fil-A ever.
Gone through the drive-thru a few times, but
as it stands, I still haven't.
It's nothing special. I've never understood. It's a freaking chicken sandwich.
People, you know, it's waffle fries. You can go to Carl's Jr. and get some overpriced waffle fries if you're hurting.
Right.
Or like, you know, if you're really hurting, you go into Hollywood and get one of those specialty shops, you know, but like.
Yeah. And you won't be, you know, supporting the discrimination of the LGBT community.
My mother is a hardcore, staunch Catholic. She walked in there with a cane. They prayed over her. She calls me and she's like, they're so weird at Chick-fil-A. She's like, they are so, she's like, I have a cane, man. It's not a big deal, you know, but.
Them the crazy Christians.
And my friend that came over today, my friend Julie asked me, she's like, because she was friends with my sister. So she's been friends with my mom longer than I have. And she was like, does your mom still go to the same church? I was like, yeah, we did the math. My mom's been going to the same church for 50 something years.
Wow.
Every Sunday. That's consistency. I thought you were stuck. You looked like a Renaissance painting, Skids. I thought you were stuck. I don't
know what a Renaissance painting looks like.
On Twitter, there was this guy who would take like fist fights and turn them into Renaissance paintings, and it was the most
interesting.
Awesome. So because you know, there's whole scenes that go on. You know, like when I take Isaiah to the Getty, we literally stand in those giant paintings, and it's like, where's Waldo? Because you got to see everything that's going on. You know. The worst though was the guy who there's somebody who makes rap into like 16th and 17th century songs, there was this one live reaction with Snoop Dogg. He tried to get into it so hard, but he was like, "Look, man, I tried. This is garbage."
I like Hildegard von Blingen. She's good.
People, with the inception, with AI now, everything's like, I don't believe anything anymore when it comes to remixes and all that stuff. I've never seen a Chick-fil-A.
Oh, for real?
And I've never, and given the choice between them and KFC, I'm going with KFC because I get a paper bucket. They still have those around here too. There's one in the middle of the hood I always go to because no one goes there, and every time they cook, it's fresh.
I love me some KFC. It's stupid expensive, but I love me some KFC.
It's not. Have you ever been to Arby's?
Oh yeah, I go there all too often. Unfortunately.
Arby's has lost their brains. They want $17 for a combo.
Oh yeah.
What?
I went there with my buddy. We both got a combo. It was like $33. I'm like, are you fucking serious? Sorry, I swear.
Wow.
Whenever,
Insane.
because I go out to eat once a week with my mom and my son because we go shopping. We have a whole routine. Our Greasy Spoon has lowered their prices. It's around $50 for everybody. Okay, that's a Greasy Spoon where I order pancakes and you literally have to roll me into the room like I just went to Charlie Chocolates. Charlie, the chocolate factory, because I can't say it because I'm sleep deprived. But we went to Carl's Jr. one time. All three of us ordered combos, and it was 60 something bucks.
Yeah. That's
Ridiculous.
terrible.
You know what, Alibaba? You missed my internet went off too.
I was left. I tried to hold down the fort. We barely made it.
I might
Spitz and
bury.
Godless jumped back, saved us.
No, I'm gonna leave this stream up. I don't bury streams. Some people love to go back and watch these for some reason.
Well, bloopers are a thing.
I love like nacho cheese. I love cheese. I love any kind of vat of cheese. If I could just have a vat of cheese in my house and it not put me in my grave.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
why I
the
love
beef
all
and
these.
cheddars is where I go.
Oh.
Yeah, the half-pound beef and cheddar. Unfortunately,
I would eat 10 of them, but that would be like $200.
no, for real.
Well, Kilroy says the one at Walmart is better.
Fair.
So try it out. Hi, Alibaba.
Okay. I've never seen a Arby's at a Walmart before. All of our Walmarts here have Subways in them.
Have you ever been to Atlanta?
Yeah, once or twice.
If you ever been to an Atlanta Walmart or anywhere in the
No.
state, they have
Piggly Wigglies, yes. Not
they
a
have
Walmart.
hairdressers in every single Walmart. Like
Hairdressers.
every state has different
Do you feel that?
like
Do
we
you
have,
feel that's a personal slight against you?
no, it saves money. Have you ever heard of Blimpie's Blimpie sandwiches?
Oh, I love the sandwiches there. Yeah.
They had one at my Walmart forever. Then they switched the floor plan, but they put in the pretzel place.
Mm.
My internet did go out. Ollie, you didn't miss. Well, actually, you missed the Waternay show.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Godless Water Nay Sewing Show.
I'm telling you, Pam, these prices are crazy. We did the math. We started eating. I go to this place called Wood Ranch because I'm a yuppie. It's cheaper than McDonald's. It's cheaper. Do you ever go to a Wood Ranch? Waternay?
Never.
No, I've never been to Wood Ranch. I've been to what was it? Oh, wait. Are you talking about the Wood Ranch off of the 101 in Calabasas?
Is
No,
there a
not
chain?
Calabasas. In maybe it was Calabasas.
They're a
Ventura
Yeah, they're a chain.
with the and then they have the mashed sweet potatoes.
Yes, it's bougie.
Okay, I
barbecue.
have been there.
It's
I have been there.
It's like super bougie barbecue.
Bougie barbecue.
Yeah.
I like the way that sounds.
Or like Lucille's. We started going to Lucille's because it was cheaper.
Mm.
But in California, though, like every time I go to Nevada or Arizona, McDonald's is $3 cheaper.
Mm.
Like, and their combos are still like $6 or $7. Well, I don't know. I don't know about like at least in Nevada and Arizona. The gas, like everybody's tripping about gas. When I go to Nevada, gas is $3 something. I fill up. I like bring gas cans with me. I have never been to a Piggly Wiggly.
Yeah,
McDonald's
it's
prices
not
were
so
crazy.
much.
At my, I go for the deals. Like at McDonald's, Isaiah's so spoiled. When we go out, he's like, I want a number one, and then I want an extra cheeseburger and an apple pie. And I'm like, I want 2 McChickens and a value fry. Because I've been eating the same thing for like 20 years, But it comes out to $28.
Eek.
And our Jack in the Box order, without me ordering, it's $19. When I order, it's like 20 something.
Good gracious.
I think McDonald's being expensive is like that is a California thing. It is. We pay Disneyland prices for everything here. We pay, and it doesn't make sense because a lot of stuff literally starts here. Because a lot of stuff comes from over the ocean. And it comes through either Long Beach, Vancouver, or Washington, I haven't been to a Safeway in 35 years. I live within if I started sprinting, I could be at one in like 2 minutes. But I'd pass out at the front doors. And last Safeway we had pick up the rails at the front line. Do you live near a Safeway? Skits? Yeah, I know you did.
I got my watermelon here from Safeway. I go there very often, as a matter of fact.
Our Smart and Final had these freakishly large watermelons. The only reason I didn't buy it is because I didn't have room in my refrigerator for the thing. But they are the largest thing I have seen in a long time. Because
That's what she said.
I used to buy muffins at Smart and Final, but I noticed they started shrinking them. And the only reason I know is because
Shrinkflation.
I use plates because I'm civilized. And
I am not a caveman.
I would put a muffin on a plate, and it was the size of the effing plate. And then one day Isaiah came to me, he's like, "What is this?" The muffin was literally half. Shrinkflation is real, man. Shrinkflation is real.
Well, maybe your plate's just growing.
I wish my plate was growing. Martin Final, get your stuff together. I caught you.
Back in the day when I was a kid, Trader Joe's used to have these gingerbread muffins.
Oh.
They were like dark and rich and moist and gingery. Oh my goodness, they were so good. And I don't know where they got them. I don't know if the bakery went out of business or what, but I haven't seen them in a very long time. It makes me sad.
Trader Joe's, their blueberry muffins are like crack.
I would like to thank everybody who's managed through our technical difficulties. Godless Sewing Airlines would like to thank you, and the food car is now open. Thank you for flying Godless Sewing Airlines.
For real.
There's a lot of things though. Like when I went to the East Coast, I had never been in a Hardee's, and then I walked in and I was like, "Oh, this is just Carl's Jr. with a different name."
Yes, they have the same infuriating ads,
but they have stuff that'll stop your heart. Like you can't get biscuits and gravies at Carl's Jr. Well, maybe you can now. I don't know, but you can. You could 20 years ago when I went to the Safeway in the East Coast. Like all that biscuits and all that stuff that they have now, they had it 20 years ago at Hardee's. But we're health freaks here on the West Coast. But I want to say this. Waternight, do you know any like weird vegans or hardcore vegetarians?
My mother is a vegetarian.
Okay.
But she's not one of the lunatic ones. I mean, she bought me a roast chicken the other day, so she's not a preachy vegetarian, but
nice of her.
Yeah, it was very nice of her.
Lately, Isaiah has been showing me videos about people who yell about California.
What?
And they think we're all a bunch of avocado eating, and they use the W word. woke.
Oh.
I'm like
I'm
going
like-
through.
Trust me, I don't like suspense, so I gave you a second and I'll give you the answer, I promise.
I mean, who doesn't like avocado?
But like on this one video, Isaiah
I have a number 24 with bacon in the fridge.
Obsessed. Isaiah showed me how this guy lost it on some video game. I'm old. I do not play these games. I play freaking because Skid Scratcher was talking about Star Fox. I busted out Star Fox. Some kid was going off about how some game had pronouns. He lost his soup. He was going off. He was like, "Oh, I don't want pronouns in my game." But in the middle of his rant, he was like, "That's a California thing." I was like, "What? It's a video game, bruh." You know, like
Just tell us what you want us to call you and move along.
exactly. But he just said that's such a California thing. I'm. Do you know what, Pam? I think I love avocados because I grew up by proxy next to where they grow them. And I got introduced to a lot of stuff early. Did you eat avocados early in life?
Well, I was never really all that big on avocado, and then I was talking to a geneticist, and he was talking about my histamine processes or something, and he said, "Well, avocados are a wonderful food, but not for you." And so
Avocados are weird.
They're a superfood, but they make you chubby, but they make you healthy too.
Like apparently the only reason they still exist in theory is because of humans. Like they originally were like eaten by like the giant sloths and things like that, who would, then poop out the seeds, and then that's how they would fertilize and things like that. But since they no longer, and there was like a primary, like they were the only things that they could eat these things. And when they went away, in theory, the plant should have, kind of dissipated, but humans got a human, and that's why they're still here.
And they were like, "Hey, man, this is bomb.
We did something right.
Put that shit on some toast."
We're yuppies.
Did you say that was before toast?
I said, "Put that shit on some toast."
Oh.
They probably made the game in California. That kid lost his brains. I just don't get the younger generation sometimes. You don't like something, walk away. You know. Speaking of which. Oh man, my phone is just not kind to me today. Okay, good. Do you know, and that's another thing when people are like, "Oh, avocados are expensive." Again, because I live but they're expensive here now. Haas are $1 each. I said, then I went to Vallarta and bought guacamole because it was cheaper than to buy it and make it myself, which is usually the other way around.
Yeah.
Alibaba says the Neanderthal never ate avocado.
I didn't see one until my late teens, and even then they were expensive. It's crazy to me. But then again, I've been to Maine, and guess what's cheap in Maine?
Lobsters?
Lobsters are cheap.
That's
Because
true.
they're everywhere, crab cakes, all that, but if you were bringing it across country, it's worth thousands of dollars.
I think, like anything, you have to get it when it's in season. So Alibaba says $5 sometimes for avocado, and it's like if you try to buy peaches in January, they're not going to be very good, and you're going to pay a small fortune.
I remember when I graduated from basic training, and I was at a family day. I wanted to go, and I was in Georgia, and I wanted a Georgia peach. So I went to the local, the closest supermarket I could find, which was a Piggly Wiggly. And I go and I grab a peach off of the shelf. And of course, from California. But God damn it.
Still to this day, I'm obsessed with blood oranges, and they only come from Texas for some reason. But
They're so good.
I live next to one of the largest orange growers on the West Coast. Literally, you just get on the 126 freeway and it's all farmland going towards Ventura, California. But apparently, they do not make blood oranges there.
I have a Meyer lemon tree. They're so good. They're
I
like for a
love Meyer
lemon,
lemons.
they're sweet. Mm.
My friend Linda is. I went on this lemonade kick 2 years ago. I drank lemonade for a year and a half. I'd squeeze it, put the sugar in, and everything. And it's
Yeah.
because Linda has a lemon tree. I went crazy. I love lemon.
My neighbors love lemons too.
Let me know. I'll go over there and stand it with my eyebrows. Just give them the evil look, the evil eye.
Which, I mean, it's fine. The tree makes more lemons than I can eat. But, you know, sometimes when I go out there and I'd really like a lemon and there are none to be found, and I know there were some there 3 days ago.
The Department of Agriculture has come by my house 6 times. I am petty and I will not let them in my backyard. Stand your ground. You
They
stand.
harassed you today?
No, but I have a bad feeling they're going to come back with the sheriffs.
Mm.
They have legal right and they can pull eminent domain, but I have to open my door.
Mm.
They can't just walk on my property, you know?
Without a warrant, yeah, they
Have you-
can't do shit. Yeah.
Have you cleared your produce out yet?
No, because Odin is just all up in the grass, all content. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to disturb your peace.
There you go. Priorities.
Plus today I was like, I need a day off. I do too much for YouTube. I work, I take care of my child, and I maintain my general disposition. And sometimes I need a day off because I get burnt out. And then I start
For
getting
real?
resentful. And I'm like, you start making ultimatums and you're like, I'm just emaciated and tired.
Yep. I have a sign on my front door that says, except in cases of fire, flood, and the zombie apocalypse, please do not disturb.
That's better than I eat solicitors, but then I started getting knocks on my door from weirdos.
Oh, I like that fabric.
This was the odd stuff that I made my spans out of.
Oh, okay.
I love this fabric too. I might actually go into Hobby Lobby with a trench coat on and some glasses so they won't recognize me.
Well, just take your hat off. Like,
It's my cowboy hat. I wear my cowboy hat everywhere. If I walked in there like this, they would be like, "Hi, sir. Have a blessed day, sir."
pleasant day, sir.
I just didn't like the way I was treated. Like, I don't walk around praying over people. It was just weird. And I'm not one of those like angry, facetious atheists. Like, I believe people should be able to do whatever they want without being disturbed. I'm not here to belittle. I didn't read my disclaimer. I'm not here to malign any religion, race, color, individual, or wigs, but I just wanted to buy my fabric in peace. Fairly sure that in the Constitution, that's the right of the people to grow random stuff and tomatoes in their backyard shall not be infringed. Damn right.
Sure, that's the 29th Amendment. Like,
I think Odin's also walking by and chomping on the plat. I'll leave one for her. I eventually am going to finish this pocket. Today has just been a strange day. I'm okay with it. You just roll with the punches.
Now I've got that song in my head.
What's that?
Roll with it.
I have Who Witchy Woman. I have that song stuck in my head.
It's not October yet.
Ooh, I love that song. Gotta pay attention. Okay, I don't have to pay attention. certain cuts, I'm like, okay, everyone's gonna see that, so I actually have to pay attention on that cut. I'm trying not to push down so hard, but I feel like I'm not cutting if I'm not pushing. And I'm just
Rotary cutters are deceptive, though. Like, you think you have to do all this pressing, and they cut through like butter.
Like butter.
and I'm trying to be nice, but since you guys weren't here, I forgot that I had this. This is a 50s or 60s travel iron.
Oh, very nice.
I still have the original box.
Is that one of
Does
the?
it work?
Is that
I
one of
haven't
the
plugged
finger
it in.
ones?
Still have the
GE?
General. When General Electric owned everything, they still do.
I
They
still
still-
do. Yeah.
You know, the funny thing is, it's just everything is a subsidiary that they're of General Electric.
It says it's a steam iron. Where does the steam go?
Ooh, witchy woman. I had that song stuck in my head. Let's find out. Where would you this? Because this thing is tiny.
I have two of the Singer ones, but they're as far as I know, they're both dry irons. They don't do steam.
I think it has a line. It has a hookup for a line right here
Oh, okay.
on the side right here.
Oh.
Oh,
That's
Interesting.
super fancy.
Ooh, la di da.
Oh, it's dusty. Pretend you
was-
don't see the dust. I
This was
swear
my-
we dusted not that long ago.
I dust in
Mhm.
here all the time. But I know that this came from Sears because my grandfather bought it. Like I go to Walmart, my grandfather went to Sears.
Oh yeah, that's the big one, and then I have the small one. No, that's the small one, and I have the big one. Your grandfather went to Sears?
He was obsessed with that place. I
Oh no,
have
they're just two different models.
in my
He was
storage.
obsessed. Sorry.
No, it's okay. In my storage unit, I have a Sears museum. Because he bought everything from Sears. Like everything. His couches, everything.
Well, Sears used to have quality stuff. This
Oh,
one
yeah.
folds flat.
Oh wow, that's awesome. Now I just have witchy woman stuck in my head. Woo, finish this pocket. Quit procrastinating.
Get in there. Ugh. Maybe it's bent.
Okay.
It's not closing properly.
Okay.
Anyway, folds flat. And in theory, the handle holds up. These are on my list of things to refurbish. Although this one, I don't know, looks like it's all good. The cord is in good shape. I don't see any cracks. It doesn't feel stiff or anything. So
That's what's important. Because I'm gonna plug this thing in because it's like it looks brand
They have
new.
medication for that.
It's only if it's more than 4 hours, kids.
finally,
Oh great. Now I
I
have
try-
that song. Now I have that song stuck in my head. Finally, it has happened. I'm excited. Finally. I know you guys know what song I'm talking about.
yep. Now it's stuck in my head. Thanks a lot.
Oh, right. This is actually coming together. This weird suede material, it lays weird on itself. So when I fold it over, I have to like instantly pin it.
Who sings finally? Is that Cece Peniston that sings finally, or am I confused?
No, I think you're right. I'm Alexa. Does CC Peniston sing finally?
Yes. Finally is
Yes.
Cece Peniston.
That's actually the first
Oh,
time
this handle flips down also. Nice. Does the handle on your travel iron flip down?
No, I don't think so. It's one solid piece. from the days when you didn't have to idiot proof everything and use your head. I agree. There, when I see instructions on certain things, it's insulting. Do you know I have where's my hammer? My fancy hammer came with instructions.
It's a
Your fan-
hammer.
My
I mean, does it have
Vaughn.
a special like
This is
claw for
this is
something?
my fancy Vaughn. I carry it everywhere, and it came with instructions, and it said, "Do not hit yourself, others."
Are you serious?
But they do that to, for liability. So
Well, come on.
Vaughn's not getting sued by any.
That's
It's like
ridiculous.
for work purposes only.
I mean, do they say not an Acme prop from Roadrunner or?
Well, it made me laugh because it's one of those products that says like they proudly made in the U.S. and then it has instructions made for a toddler.
Like instructions like this when you're feeling rich.
Oh, that's funny. A Model T came with a complete tool set and instructions on how to completely rebuild the engine. Modern cars come with a shitty jack. He'll probably kill you. So true.
Yeah.
This one says light it up and smoke it as their instructions.
That ticks me off too. If you need instructions for your dispensary, you shouldn't be there.
Right.
We need to revamp that law. That is so true though. Like in my car, I have my bottle jack and my truck jack. And my truck jack will lift up anything because it's made to lift up a, my 25-foot long truck.
I saw an article and it showed a nice like plaid dress and the seams were all finished and it had, all this detail to it, like, all the like little things to make it fit well and all of that. And they're like, oh, well, what do you think this is? Who do you think made it? Is it couture? Blah, blah, blah. It was from Sears.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. It bothers me like you can put Louis Vuitton on a 10-cent sweater and all of a sudden it's worth $1,000. Which reminds me, next week I'm gonna be on my hunt for if I do go downtown. I haven't been sleeping, so right now it's a no. But if I get a good night's sleep, I will jump in the car and go down there. I just can't hang with the traffic. It gives me anxiety. That's one of the and then like I went down there and I'm like, oh yeah, this is why I don't live down here.
This is why I hate this.
Because I could easily go get a warehouse like MacGyver. Because the drag queens I watched, they literally bought a building. They just live there, and they own this giant building in the middle of downtown. But I'm not a millionaire like they are.
Yet.
But honestly, no, millionaire is relative now because you have to be nowadays. Lots of people are millionaires now. You have to be a multi-millionaire. It's not if you will go downtown. It's when you.
Reminds me of an episode of Simpsons where like Mr. Burns is like in the billionaires club, and then all of a sudden his stock prices drop just a little bit, and he's only worth $999 million. Like they kick him out of they literally push him over the fence into the millionaires club, and it's like they're all a bunch of like millionaires are surrounded by. I sold NFTs and.
I used to watch this show called Keen Eddie, and the guy inherited a Bentley from this guy, and so he was so proud, and he went to the Bentley meetup, and it's all these very rich Bentley owners, and then they find out that he inherited it and he doesn't have any money to go with his Bentley, and they kick him out of the Bentley club.
They're actually like that around here in my town. Our sheriffs and newspaper calls anyone who's not from here outsiders.
Oof.
And they do it in the paper over and over, and it allows them to treat people differently. Right now, I just have that. Finally, it has happened to me, right in front of my face, and I'm so excited.
Can't remember any of the other words.
I'm surprised I got that far. You're good.
Man.
You know what's really weird? During this stream, like my StreamYards literally just gave out. It would not let me log in.
That's bizarre.
And I'm sitting in a computer lab. So I have
Yeah.
options.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was trying. I showed off my colored pencils, my Vogue sewing book, read some comments,
See, I sit up here for
shouted
2
help to
hours.
skits.
I sat up here for 2 hours by myself.
Yeah, but you're way more chatty than I am.
True, because I'd be in here talking to myself if I wasn't live streaming. Now that keeps the property value down. I'm still shocked that those weird people moved out and didn't say anything. I should have known because it was all peaceful and quiet, and they
Weird
had a
people?
baby. No, the neighbor before went full craziness, and so anybody after that seemed sane.
Fair.
And you know what? The whole time I was like, that guy's on meth. He was never on drugs. He snapped when his wife divorced him. He just snapped. I still think he was on hitting the pookie, but that's just my personal opinion. I'm going to mute myself real quick while I finish this last piece.
Word.
Finally, it happened.
Thanks. Just when I wasn't thinking of it anymore.
Yeah. So I love the fact that he's not. Yeah, he says he's not going to go late into the night. What are the odds it's going to go past midnight? I act like he can't hear me. He can hear me very well.
I say that the odds that he's not going past midnight are about the same as the odds that he's not going to Santee Alley on Saturday.
First off, you're a terrible spy, Skits. For the record, for the permanent record, I just would like to say. Yeah, Pam got me all excited because Pam and Butterfly kind of want this material. So I'm like, ooh, an excuse to go buy the whole effing roll.
Yeah, Butterfly really wanted you to send her some of that, and you're like, I don't know. I tried rooting for her.
I'm a baby. I'm a fabric hoarder. But if I buy a whole roll, then I can make it a Merry Christmas for everybody.
You can give them mine. Those colors would wash me out.
So colorful.
It goes 5 to 8 hours nowadays anyway. Yep. Pam has chimed in and says, I need some of that beautiful fabric. Pam needs some. You can have mine, Pam. I'll give you my cutting of it. What about you, Skits? Are you signing up for a yard or two?
I'm gonna.
I want a whole bolt.
I'm sincerely thinking I'm gonna go and get a whole. He goes 5 to 8 hours. 5 is my peak. Five. I try not to go past 5. And I'm telling you, I've been in live streams that were 7 hours. Everything past 6 or 7 starts fights because everybody gets hangry. I actually watched a stream today for 2 people. I watched them get into an hour-long argument. They were in a 9-hour stream and they didn't get in an argument until 9 hours. So him and this other guy argued until the 10-hour mark, and they came back today and they hate each other and they don't talk. And that was like 2 months ago.
Oh, goodness.
And they were actual friends in real life. And now they're like, if I ever see you.
Wow.
They should have stopped, had a sandwich.
Number 24, bacon.
It's petty though. That's why I try not to go past it. Plus, I get hangry too. And plus, all this food talk, you guys think I'm playing. I go in the kitchen and make cornbread or pancakes. I need something that's gonna hit my stomach, you know. But yes, Pam, I'm gonna go see how much, if he'll give me a deal. I guarantee you he'll give me a deal. I guarantee you he'll give me a deal.
Joy is enthused about Pam having some fabric as well.
I'm down. I just need to go talk to my guy.
My
He's gonna
guy.
laugh. He's gonna laugh. I actually really like him. He's a real person, you know, and that family I met too, that's from the other desert town. They're really like, they're all smiles when they see me.
Some people's got a weed guy. Some people's got a cocaine guy. Godless. He's got a fabric guy.
I know a guy. I can get that for you cheap. You can't come with me though. Can't come with. No, I'm kidding.
You want some knock?
Every time I turn a corner though, I find a new district. So like when I found the patch district, I was so mad at Amazon.
Patch district?
Literally turned a corner and it's all patch shops. And they're like $1.50, $2 for the same thing that I because I have an obsessive Amazon habit. Shocker. I know it's a shocker. But the same patches that are $10, they're $1.50 downtown.
Somebody's making a bunch of profit. Looking at you, Bezos.
A ton. All because I can shop in my boxers, you know.
Yeah.
But is that convenience really worth it?
Oh, I had it flipped around. I was picturing going down the street in Santee Alley with your boxers. I'm like, oh dear, no. Put some spants on.
I wear long sleeves. I'm like a gothic Amish person. I wear black and long sleeves. If you see me not wearing long sleeves, it was officially over 100 that day. Like, and I just couldn't hang. I cover up myself. I was raised hard. You know, I had a really good upbringing. Like the whole church thing was garbage, but like the people were okay. But some of those stupid, some of the old tapes still run through my head. I hide my shame. I like fully cover myself, and I would never tell someone to do it. I would never tell another human being to do it. But it's just the way I dress, you know.
Is that why you wear knee highs with your spants?
Don't judge my sock habit.
I'm
kidding. I know.
She's judging.
Oh
I was saying that for comedy. Isaiah judges me. He'll like shame me. He holds up my black socks. He's like, really? I'm like, give me that sock. Do not shame me. Because they're like this long. They're literally like this long. And the store where I get my hats, he sells cholo socks. I call them cholo socks because you can only get them in downtown and at this place. They're tube socks, but they're that much longer than the average tube socks. So they go over your knee. I'm 5'9", and it goes over my knee. Like over my knee.
I have an account with Sock Dreams. So there's socks and hosiery and things like that. based in Portland.
Do you know what, Pam? That's what it is. Like, in Catholicism, they literally teach you to hide your shame. Literally tell you, cover it up. You're not supposed to show an inch of pleasure. So
no assless chaps for you.
no, but that indoctrination always stuck with me. Always stuck with me. But you're right. You're right. But I'm body positive in the sense where I'm okay with my body, you know. And certain things become habits. I knew people that would wear wool caps, and I live in the desert, you know. They'd wear wool caps all year round. It was like, do you remember the 90s with that look with the beanie pulled up past the, you know, pulled low with the sweatshirt? I know people that still dress like that.
I just remember that for a while we had those scarf things that people would wear. And they would wear them in the middle of summer with t-shirts and shorts and then these like scarves. Which, I mean, I know desert peoples do that, but they also have the rest of the desert outfit. So I found these scarves really bizarre.
Desert dwellers wear the full outfit, looking like they're from Casablanca.
Yeah. Which, you know, is sensible for the desert dwellers, but a random scarf in LA with your t-shirt, it
Hey,
always
Commander.
struck me as weird.
Hey,
Hello,
Commander.
Commander.
I haven't forgotten you guys. I got sidetracked making another video. I just have to make a thumbnail tomorrow. I'm uploading. No worries. No worries. I'm putting on my Elvis glasses right now. I'm so tired. I am so tired. I know, like, because I woke up and I only had a few hours sleep, and like I was groggy all day, and I knew I was tired because I made pigs in a blanket before dinner.
Breakfast?
But yeah, for breakfast. Breakfast at Champion. So now I'm just remembering I have buttermilk biscuits on my counter.
Mm.
Give me a second.
My mom picked up some buttermilk the other day when she got the chicken, actually. So I think I have buttermilk biscuits in my future.
Yummy.
What does the chat say? Hello, Commander. Commander's making a video and a thumbnail and is going to upload it tomorrow.
Word.
And that's all we've got going on.
So I heard a joke. Chicken.
Okay. Chicken? What?
Stupid. Okay, I'm back. Oh, sorry. I was lagging again. So if you're a parent and you feed your child frozen chicken nuggets, you're a terrible parent. You should at least defrost them first.
Oh, dear.
I was about to boot you if you were going to talk about Dino Chicken.
I love those.
I still eat those.
I ate more than my kid did when we made.
Exactly. Same. Especially when he was a little guy. People would look at me and be like, dude, you're making a whole tray. And I would be like, don't judge me. I am obsessed with Dino Chicken.
I have never had one.
Oh, they're so good. It's the most like processed of the processed chicken.
Ever. If it's chicken.
It may very well be dinosaur.
Well, like I tell you all the time, like I have a tomato allergy. I eat Tortino's pizza rolls. Nay, tomatoes in those. It's all chemicals. I'm not allergic to the chemicals. I'm allergic to the tomatoes.
Oh, dear.
I can eat certain frozen pizzas because they don't use real tomatoes in their sauce.
I still wonder if it's something to do with the process of making the sauce. You know, if it's cooking away the allergen for you.
Because I called it a low-level allergy, but you jumped when I said I needed an EpiPen.
Yeah, if you need an EpiPen,
like even right now, my eyes are starting to kind of swell from the chips I've been eating that I shouldn't have been eating. Hey, Commander. See?
Hey, Commander.
Commander.
How's it going?
All right, doing great. Well, I have to go and walk to my employer and then get the car working. Some fuses blew in the car, I think.
My StreamYards is frozen for some reason. Let me see if I can. Nope, I can't even. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
I'm gonna refresh and then come back in.
We'll hold down the fort. We're good at that.
We're all trapped here.
Oh no!
Alibaba says Alibaba can hear. Can you see? We have
Well,
one
I
picture.
can see Skitz's avatar.
Okay. Am I moving or
think
am I
that's his.
frozen?
I can see Skitz move.
Wee!
I can always see myself moving here, and then it's like 50% of the time on YouTube I'm good, and then 50% of the time I'm doing the robot.
Yeah, I got your real robot-y right now. I mean, your audio is
Ah.
okay, but your video's
For
choppy.
crying out loud. Sorry, everybody. One day I'll have it.
So I
fixed.
held a poll on my channel, and it seems 80% want the next stream to be silly and 20% want it to be serious. I can guess who wants it to be serious and who wants it to be silly.
What do you want?
Well, the one that I was going for 2 weeks from now was kind of like serious and silly, because I was going to go over Russian propaganda, and some of that's ridiculous to the point of silliness. And but maybe this weekend, depending upon my work, I'll just find some bullshit about aliens or something and do a point and laugh. And then do the serious one next week.
There you go. Maybe at that point everyone will be ready for serious.
After so much silliness.
I've never had the Purdue chicken strips, Kilroy. Are they kind of like the elevated version of the dinosaurs?
There is no elevated version of the dinosaur. Dino Nuggies.
Have you had Dino Nuggies, Commander?
No, but I can guess that they're like chicken nuggets shaped like dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Apparently. I don't know. I've never had them myself. Although after hearing more about them, I think I'm even less inclined.
They're delicious.
Apparently
I just gotta I gotta keep feeding the algorithm. Over the past 48 hours, I've had over 900 views. So I have to keep feeding it so that it keeps giving.
You're a slave to the algorithm. Are you hearing slave to the music in your head, Kilroy, or Skits?
Maybe.
It's real chicken, not extruded stuff that's been breaded. Well, that's already sounds like an improvement, Kilroy.
Extruded just means I have to chew it less.
I want to avoid as much YouTube drama as possible because that can poison absolutely everything.
Oh yeah.
And since my channel is not loaded down with profanity, too much of it, and copyright strikes, I still have a chance to have more subs than the shells.
Oh wow.
Because when you have, they got all their copyright things cleared, but it does do something to the algorithm.
Huh.
You think it leaves a permanent kind of scar?
I think so, and also all the we used to debunk bullshit, and then around 2020, they really started cracking down, and the flat earthers and the idiots making stuff up that was harming people, you would debunk it and you'd be the one that got in trouble. The original content was never touched, so it was out there, it had millions of views, but that's the reason why the shills moved away from debunking bullshit, because they would constantly or at least debunking video bullshit, because it would constantly just, like medical and misinformation and all that. So I got to steer away from some topics.
It's a slippery slope, I'm sure, with a lot of things.
Yeah. And then, you have to be true to yourself too. So
I think that last one I did, I'm not really ready to do a lot of serious stuff.
Just a straight up change, and yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
The last one I did, I'm not sure. What happened?
I don't know. There's overlap and lag, and I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. My internet's garbage tonight, apparently, yeah.
And apparently I'm like max headroom, so I'm not helping anything either. Grace
I was
Jones.
just checking everything
Grace
over
Jones
on
from
my
Beetle
end.
Kill.
My
She was
end's
great.
good.
You're good? All right.
Well, for now, I'm actually going to have to upgrade my internet because I got the cheap Spectrum, and uploading is going to be an issue, and I have to make sure I have enough upload.
Yeah, I have to call and have words with Spectrum. Every time I think it's sorted itself out. Although I've suggested maybe it's Godless's problem. That it's going through his system and it's getting all messed up.
Right. Watch it like you do your own stream, it's like it's flawless, and it's like
Oh,
like,
Pam is leaving us. Have a good night, Pam.
Night, Pam.
Good chatting with you.
I just realized, God, this might take a second. Oh, okay. That's not a good thing.
So I'm sorry,
Well,
Skits. What were you saying when
today,
I was saying
I'm
goodbye
sorry.
to Pam? Skits was saying something before I got distracted by Pam, and then you started to say something, Commander.
No, good.
I got nothing, so.
I forgot what I was going to say. I know that I need a little bit more work in getting my thoughts together before I try another thing like I did last weekend.
Okay. Next time I'm going to come with a list in case I'm left holding down the fort. Let's see. Oh, Joy is leaving too. Apparently we are just not entertaining. Very sorry. I could do my coffee wrap.
Let me see if I have something in my OBS. I want to see if I do.
Your OBS. What's OBS?
That's what I use for
what streamers
streaming.
use? No.
Okay.
So what's the difference between like OBS and like StreamYard or whatever?
Well, OBS, I can basically load videos from my computer.
Oh, very nice. Well, while you look for that, Alibaba says, I saw a nice deal a guy got on an 1884 Singer VS1. It had unique sides and early curved middle brace, a rare iron base. Oh, did you get it? Did you get it, Alibaba? I still haven't picked up that domestic. I contacted the seller to arrange a pickup. He got it for $25. Oh, the guy. Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. The guy had gotten a deal. Okay, that is a nice deal. Very nice. Maybe he'll sell it to you for 50 and you'll still come out ahead.
Tree fitty.
I'm
Has your
looking
friend
for
been,
my intro.
Has your friend been influenced by you and your singer knowledge, or are they a collector all on their own? Have you picked up any Antique Machine skits?
No. I'm not that deep down the rabbit hole yet.
Okay. Well, when you get there, we have cookies.
Are they rabbit cookies?
I mean, if that's what it takes to get you into the antique sewing machine hobby, then, so be it.
Do you have dino nuggies?
No, I'd much rather make cookies. I'm waiting for fall. I have canned pumpkin on my list so that I can make some pumpkin muffins. I saw this recipe on Cavalcade of Food, and I've tried them, and they're very tasty.
Nice.
But I'm trying to show restraint and not go to the store that has pumpkin year round.
My dad used to make pumpkin chocolate chip cookies when we were growing up. They're really good.
That sounds good. Do you have the recipe? Have you made them?
Anything pumpkin is awesome.
Yeah. I got the recipe around here somewhere, but I haven't made them in a long time.
You should make them allegedly for your youngsters, so you can have some too.
What
were you saying? What were you saying, Commander? Did you find your thing?
No, I'm gonna have to re-download it. For some strange reason, I can't find the channel intro. But
Hello, can you guys hear
I'm
me?
sorry, Godless.
Hi.
Apparently we ran off Pam and Joy while you were gone.
It happens. I can't see you again. That's weird. This whole thing, I am going to go. I'm about to call Spectrum and go full Karen. I am so angry. I do not understand what is going on.
Welcome.
No, not welcome.
Alibaba says dinos are very antique. This is true. Oh, and Alibaba also still has pumpkin from what they grew last year. I can direct you to a recipe on Cavalcade of Food to make some very nice pumpkin muffins. I substituted melted butter for the oil. They were delicious. So are these pumpkin cookies like cake-like, or are they like chewy, like an oatmeal cookie, or?
Very much cake-like.
Okay.
Yeah, they're
Sorry. Good phone number 661.
Hey, I remember.
And fight hand to hand across the galaxy.
if you just heard some shooting, that's all right.
Okay, we're good. Don't worry.
I mean, I didn't think you'd gone to space, but
Well, people were leaving because they weren't being entertained, so I found my channel intro, and I was gonna play it.
Are you not entertained?
I'm going to end this soon because this is just crazy.
Whatever changes.
Oh,
we
man.
are the Galactic Penguin Federation.
Alibaba heard lasers
NASA's
and ducks.
enforcers. We rain fire on our enemies. and fight
You know what?
hand to
I am
hand.
gonna sorry, you guys go ahead.
Aha. Oh.
The look on his face.
We'll cheer him on.
He was talking
It's
to a
all
machine,
right.
wasn't he?
Oh no, it was I called the wrong phone number. And they were like, "Are you trying to reach? Are you trying to reach?" And I was like, "Oh F," and I hung up. Like I just hung
Oh
up.
no.
I'm gonna
Can we
end this
transfer you?
stream. I'm gonna end this stream though. This has been a disaster. This entire stream has been a disaster.
bloopers
I
are
would like to
fun.
thank everybody. I'll be back on Saturday. I always say I won't be, but I will be. So, does anybody have anything they'd like to show?
Thanks for having me on,
I
brother.
got
Fine internet
got
service from
Verizon never did any of this shit.
Fair.
Oh man.
Everyone is at least 2 frames per second.
All right, I'm gonna
Well,
I'm
Skits
gonna end
isn't.
this. I'm gonna end this. I hope everyone has a great evening. I'll be back on Saturday, hopefully with better internet. Until then, reinforce your seams, be yourself, and I will definitely see you next time. Thanks for thanks for lasting this